Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who's about to go back to the beginning of this whole thing. I am Rob's sister, Nino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Top 40 All-Time Season Rankings Countdown on Rob Has a Podcast. Tonight, we talk about the 13th best season of all time as voted by the fans of Rob Has a Podcast. Survivor, the original, a.k.a. Survivor Borneo. Go back to the very start of it all, back to the year 2000, 21 years ago, as 16 castaways set sail, got marooned, and changed the course of television history. And we'll talk about that original season of Survivor here tonight with a great panel. No snakes, no rats here with us tonight. Very excited to have two veterans of the countdown back with us, joining us for the first time since she and Puya and I talked about Survivor Samoa. It is the great Mel Hulst. Mel, how are you?
I am so good. Here to talk about Borneo and all of the, a flying fish, iconic moments.
Yes. Okay. Well done. Mel, how have you been?
I've been great. Keeping busy. Trying to balance keeping up with the Top 40 Countdown and all of the Big Brother 23 preseason content. Our drought of TV is now over, and it's back in troves.
Yes. Okay. We are here on the night before Big Brother 23 to get one more countdown in. Of course, Big Brother airs on Wednesday. That had been the night that we had been doing this countdown every single week. So the countdown will shift to mostly Tuesdays the rest of the way, as we will be live on Wednesday night for Big Brother, as we will on premiere night of Big Brother. Be sure to join us live at 9:45 Eastern for that. And the man who was there from the beginning, here you could hear him every week talking about why X lost, and this summer has been talking about why X won. It is the great David Bloomberg is here. David, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, very good. Very excited to have an OG here with us to talk about Survivor Borneo.
Yes. Now, Rob, before we talk about Survivor Borneo, the first thing we ought to do is talk about how we're going to talk about whatever we're going to talk about. Talk about the process.
You know, David, we're out here in the podcast bush, and corporate America is not going to fly, okay?
Well, hold on. Let me get off of my tree here and see if I can get to work.
Yeah. Okay. David, you are coming in hot here tonight because you have stated Survivor Borneo is the #1 season of Survivor. How about that?
It is. It is #1, and it is #1. So yes, in order and in ranking, it should be.
Okay.
But I understand why some people didn't rank it that high. It's okay for them to be wrong.
All right. Good. Oh, I'm looking forward to discussing that here tonight on the panel. This is, I guess, my at least the third time through here on Borneo for me. I'm not sure how much I watched it in the first run. I'm sure I watched it multiple times a week. I would record it and then would watch it again during the week. They also re-aired it during the 2000 Olympics. I had the VHS tape of the finale at my college house, which we watched many a times, and I probably watched it even years after because I had the VHS tape. But then I watched for TEOS and then here for this. So looking forward to talking about my latest run through Borneo. Now, Mel, you are here to talk about the panel as well, but you are not as high on the season as David is. Well, no, I guess nobody is.
Yeah, no one can.
Mark Burnett isn't as high on this as David Bloomberg is.
Yeah, so don't get me wrong. I like Borneo. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to complain about Survivor Borneo. But when you just look at it's like the little seed that grew into what we have today. It's
baby.
It's like when you have a 10-year-old that brings you an art project and it's really nice, but they're 10. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to spend a bunch of money on that I'm going to pay a real artist. It's just the beginning. You're going to be an artist. You're going to be something great. But right now, you're just Borneo. And we're going to talk about some awesome moments and some iconic moments. But it's not I look forward to having David try and persuade me why it's number one.
Yeah, all right, David. Yeah, let's just jump right into this.
Okay,
We're jumping into the South China Sea.
Yeah.
Tell us, make the case. Why is Borneo number one?
Well, I like to compare it to, so I know that some people who didn't watch the season live have gone back to it. And I don't know if this is Mel's reason or other people's, I know it's other people's reason. It's too slow, or it doesn't have the twists and turns, or it's missing immunity idols, or whatever. And what it reminds me the most of is I have a friend who, as an adult, he finally read Lord of the Rings for the first time.
Yeah.
He'd grown up loving fantasy books, and he played D&D and all of that. But when he finally read Lord of the Rings, he came back to us and he said he found it a bit boring and cliche with the elves and the dwarves and the wizards. And it was like we were trying to explain to him, well, yes, because all the stuff that you've read since then was based on Lord of the Rings. That's where these cliches came from. And so that's why you're viewing it that way. And I feel like for at least some people, that's the reason they don't see Borneo as being as high. People say there's not as much strategy. There's not as many twists. And I understand that. If you're coming in and the first season you saw was Cagayan, you're going to look back at Borneo and go, what's going on here? Nobody's doing anything. But I don't know. I have watched it now twice in the past year, because we also watched it for Why Richard Won at the end of Wiggle Through Time. And I rewatched it again and I still enjoyed it. I mean, like you, I've seen it multiple times. It's the season I've watched more than any other. Even before it was available, I had the DVD. And so I just enjoy it. You can see the beginnings. To use Mel, to use your art example, it's like an early Rembrandt or an early Picasso, and it's not the same, but I still just all those things make me rate it number one.
I like that comparison to the Lord of the Rings, because I was thinking even the same as like Harry Potter. When you read it and you're younger, or it's like come out for the first time, there's that magic there. And if you were to come in now as a 35-year-old goes to read Harry Potter, it's just not going to hit the same. Right. And so you have Borneo, and I'm sure if we polled the people that watched it live versus went back and watched it after watching another season, there's going to be a big difference. And I don't know, it's almost like it's just so hard to compare because it's so different. It's not gonna go in there with the Kagayans and be able to be the same kind of show.
Yeah. I mean, this is like two different things I feel like that we're talking about, where it's almost like, a song that was like the biggest hit song of its time, to go back and listen to it, like, it's not that great a song. But it's like, but you had to be there. That song was everywhere. Right. Okay. But I feel like that this exercise of what we're doing here in this watch is, comparing it against the other season. So no season will ever top the importance of Survivor Borneo. But I've sort of been going through this rewatch of sort of like, if I'm going to like put a season of the show on for entertainment value, how does it hold up? And I feel like I had a very different experience with Survivor Borneo this time through, where I watched it for the Evolution of Strategy back in 2014 with Josh Wigler. And I'd say I was pretty riveted the whole way through. I hadn't gone back in probably, over 10 years to watch Borneo since then. And I was pretty hooked all the way through. But this time, going back and watching it, I found myself really enjoying the first half of the season. And I actually did not so much enjoy the back half of the season, when the game and the strategy talk comes more into focus, because the strategy talk and the morality of strategy is just so mundane, I found, that I thought that the back half of the season actually was a drag. And I thought that all of the stuff I thought was really interesting on this rewatch happened in the first half of the season, where there was so much unusual stuff of coming to know these 16 personalities. And I thought that the back half of the season seemed to get a little repetitive to me. I felt like that every single episode there was monologues about the morality of strategy and what's going on, and this is a game, but is it? And David, did any of that, as you've watched this again, does that wear on you at all?
No, but I recognize also, and it's become especially obvious during this countdown, I watch Survivor differently than many other people watch Survivor. So, and I knew this beforehand, in previous seasons, as they were ongoing, people would complain, it's just a Pagonging. And I'd be like, yeah, but it's a great Pagonging, and the person who's doing it or the people who are doing it are organizing it so well and they're so strategic about it. And so to see the first Pagonging, I mean, obviously that's where the name came from. Even watching it again, it was still, to me, fun to watch and interesting to watch. And they did throw enough in, I thought. Now, obviously, watching it now, we know what's going to happen. But at the time, there was always, there was this question, will Kelly vote with them? Will she not? She keeps going back and forth. We don't know. Is it right for Rich to be deceptive? Is it not? At the time, I look back at my articles. So at the old articles that I wrote, at the beginning. And there was an article that I wrote called, Was It Right for Richard to be Deceptive? This was a question that we were actually debating at the time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I read through it and it's all things that we know now. So I didn't, take notes on any of that article, but this was a serious debate at the time. Like, was it okay? And there was the debate of what Kelly was doing too, which we'll get into later. But I've kind of lost my thread here, going off. But the point is that the strategy I think is still compelling enough to bring me back. You might say it was cutthroat.
Yeah, what is that you're holding up, David? Let me hear. Let's zoom in on this. So you have a Survivor trading card.
Yes, it came.
Yes, and in the Survivor trading card, it says Cutthroat.
Yes, so it came in the whoops.
What? Is that a board game?
They Survivor trading card game.
All about the merchandising for the original Survivor. They really, slap that Survivor logo on just about anything you can get your hands on.
Yes, and you can't vote me out, by the way. I have an immunity.
Sorry,
Plan
David,
spoiled.
That has not been invented yet. Sorry.
No, that's the actual. This is the tribal immunity, I believe. But
less colorful though.
Yeah, Mel. I'd love to explore some of your criticism of Survivor Borneo as somebody who comes in and says, clearly not the number one season.
So we'll just say to David's point about whether I had maybe watched live. I was 8 when it premiered, so I actually did watch it, but watching it as an 8-year-old is not going to be the same as watching it as an adult. So I definitely don't share that same nostalgia. That being said, a lot of times in my life when I'm going through hard times, I'm going to start a Survivor rewatch, and that starts with Borneo. So it still holds a special place in my heart. And so I still have those feelings when I hear those songs and I can't believe just all of these things happen and it's there. And to your point, Rob, I have the breakdowns of the editing for the show. So they said the intro and outro was 9% of the show. We got challenges 20%, tribal 20%, and camp life was 50%, which is amazing. That's what we beg for these days. Instead of all these crazy challenges, just give us more camp life. But they also didn't know what they were doing so much at that point. They didn't have the camera crews like they do today. I think there was like a sixth of the amount of people they do have today. So they didn't get everything. So trying to build a cohesive storyline and getting to, have it can be consistent every single episode was just not quite there the same way it could be for other seasons. So that's a little bit of my criticism, that sometimes things happen and we say, wait, what? Like, why did we get there? And to be fair, we still do have that with seasons today. It's a little bit more intentional. We might disagree with it, but it's less of oh, darn it, we didn't get that. Or like there's one point near the end where Kelly and Sue are fighting on the beach and we get there like halfway in and it's like, oh, okay, like I feel like that was really important and we kind of missed it. So that's a little bit of the critique. And I don't know if I would say slowness necessarily, just it's, maybe harder to feel so captivated all of the time. And I think that's been a little bit of a critique of some of these other seasons that we've gone through so far. It's like, oh yeah, the pre-merge is slow and then it picks up or vice versa. And so that's just kind of a common problem when not every episode is so engaging.
Yeah. Towards the end of the season, there's just a lot of talk about, how bored they are, how much they want to leave, like how over it they are throughout the whole thing. And so, again, this was the biggest show in the world at the time. It completely changed my life. I do not want to take anything away from the importance of the first season of Survivor. We were all just on the edge of our seats waiting for it to come on and talking about it all week long. And there was nothing else that I've ever experienced like it again. That being said, I just think that I did find it to drag a lot in the second half of the season. But why don't we continue to focus on what they got right? And I do feel like that this original cast, David, I think that hard to find too many stinkers in the original cast of Survivor Borneo. Well, David, you're muted.
I apologize for that. Yeah, it's a lot of the kind of iconic types of character types stem from this group, but there are even looking back, there are some we almost never see again. I mean, Gretchen, I don't know that we've necessarily seen. I hate to say we haven't, because there's been so many seasons, there's bound to have been someone. But to me, Gretchen was unique. Greg was unique. I mean, there were goofballs after Greg, but not goofballs who were also leaders, who were also good in the jungle. And yeah, the casting was very good. And I think a part of that may have been most of these people didn't know what they were getting into.
Yeah. And on the note of Greg, I will say that I think that Greg stood out the most for me on this rewatch. I think that he's underrated, just how great he was. And this is going to really kill 2000 Rob Sesternino, because I'm going to say, I think the most overrated member of this cast is Colleen Haskell. Mel, that listen, nobody was a bigger Colleen fan than I was, but watching it through the eyes of 2021 Rob, that I don't know, I don't see it. I mean, that she really seemed like she did not want to be there the whole time.
I mean, she was America's sweetheart, Rob. How could you say that?
Was she that sweet?
I mean, I think let's be honest. I think a lot of it had to do with how old you were at the time, and the fact that she was very good looking. I think that opening, her in the opening montage, the credits, the opening credits, is iconic. Just the way she looks at the camera and everything.
Sure.
And the way she looks at the camera is iconic.
But just, I don't know,
the opening credits are very well done. She has like flies buzzing around,
right?
A lot of movement. It's
my argument was
cinematography.
My argument was going to be, anyone who has not watched Borneo in the last week, give me one moment from Colleen. Like, I can barely tell you when I just watched it. Like, yeah, I guess she has the weird not flirtmance with Greg, and like, she's a good character, sure, but not to the extent that she's some sort of, I don't know, icon.
Yeah, I think she was just America's sweetheart at the time. I mean, that she was referred to that. If you had asked me that
Brian
before,
calls it at the reunion.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
right, exactly. If you had asked me for that question, Mel, before rewatching, all I could tell you was that she made the target. Or the sitting duck. I couldn't even have remembered which one.
She was the sitting duck. Jervis.
Yes.
Target.
Yeah.
Right. And so, yes, I definitely agree with you. She did not do much to move the story forward.
Yeah. I just felt like that overall, that Mel, my biggest takeaway of Colleen Haskell was just apathetic about the whole thing.
She gives me a little bit of a Jen Brown from Worlds Apart energy, where you like her because, she doesn't give an F. And that's great. It's kind of like, it gives, I don't know, it gives her, a little bit more about her character. It's kind of relatable. It's like, oh man, like I got to sit next to this naked guy all the time. And like, look at this. This guy's just like leaving stuff everywhere. And it's like, you're like, I get it. If I had to live with 20 strangers on a really hot beach with no food, like, it'd be super annoying. So I think you can kind of relate with her. And I think that's a little bit of her role as being the narrator of that. But I agree in general that she's just kind of there to like get a load of this guy every so often. And isn't it much more than that?
Yeah, and it might be a little bit of the age of the players that played, where it's very noticeable about the Pagong is more of like the younger crowd, and then for the most part, the Tagi tribe, the people that end up sticking around, it's an older group. But I think that especially when we have a season like a millennials versus Gen X, like the difference between the Gen Xers of like the like Gen Xers at 22, 23 years old versus like how millennials have been sort of stereotyped as 22, 23 years olds, where millennials are sort of like go like that they have a lot of different things going on and are sort of painted as overachievers, where the Gen Xers of that era were very much painted as slackers, where if you go back and watch like 90s movies, like there's a lot of just like people like in smoking cigarettes and hanging out in coffee shops, and that was sort of like the idea of what like young Gen Xers were. And I think that Colleen Haskell kind of personifies that. Of she kind of didn't want to do anything, that these people were old and mean, and she didn't want to have anything to do with them. She just wanted to sit around and hang out,
have fun with Greg in the jungle, but not the type of fun that the show was suggesting.
Right.
That,
even like the producers of the show, it seemed like they were bothering her when they talked to her.
Come on, Rob, then be nice.
Yeah. And be nice, play fair. And I have gone back and watched The Animal since my last Borneo rewatch. And yeah, again, she's seems very apathetic and checked out during the filming of The Animal. And I feel like that's the sort of like the stories that she's just like was not into being there either. So and famously, Colleen Haskell has not wanted to do anything with Survivor, and is sort of like so. Yeah, I don't know if she had that great of a time throughout the whole thing. It just seemed like it wasn't her thing, and she was sort of there against her wishes in some way.
Well, I think part of that is that when you read a lot of these people talking about applying for the season, they had no idea what it was going to be. It was anywhere from like a strategy game in the jungle to just like a vacation, camping trip. Like they didn't really know. They knew to an extent, but just what was on the ads. Because at that point, you just had a radio ad you heard, or a lot of people said their friend emailed them, hey, apply for this Survivor show. You're going to be followed by cameras. And so, yeah, I don't know if she maybe did really understand what she was signing up for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it's fair to say many of them didn't have any idea, which is one reason Rich was able to do what Rich was able to do, because he knew right away, whereas some of the others just never really quite got it.
Well, let's talk about the Rich's trajectory through the season. I know, David, that's sort of the, like common knowledge of the season is that, okay, Richard was the one person that knew what he was doing the whole way through. Does that hold up for you?
Yeah,
conventional
I think
wisdom.
So.
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, once we start talking about the episodes, we will see that, he did not vote the right way in the first episode, which is amusing every time I see that and remember that. It's like, oh, Mr. Alliance wasn't in an alliance the first day and didn't vote the right way. But after that, once he pulled himself together, and realized it, I think he knew what he was doing, and it was, I mean, other people have called it a business trip, and that's the way he viewed it. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and this is hopefully going to be the end point for me. And he just couldn't understand how everybody wasn't thinking the same way as him.
How about for you, Mel?
What was the question about Rich?
About Richard and that his perceived dominance throughout the season?
He talks about near the end. He's like, if they like went to turn against me, like I would have been prepared for that, because he trusted a little bit too much. That was kind of the one point where he mentioned, he's like, oh, actually, like I've been great up until this point. And he had a plan, he had a solid plan, and he executed it. But he got to that point, he was like, oh man, like good thing that didn't happen. So I thought that was a little bit interesting when he kind of like puts a little chink in his armor. He's not so perfect. But I thought it was great in that we see Kelly kind of go back and forth, but I don't know if I should do this. And Rich never had that. He's like, this is what this is. And he never doubted that he was doing the right thing. And even in the final tribal, he's like, I don't think I did anything wrong. I think I played the game ethically. Like this was just something he had decided that not everyone else had decided yet. And we obviously have collectively decided today that, yes, this is fine. So he just kind of beat everyone else to it.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's a key. What you said, Mel, is ethically. He kept talking about that. And I don't think people, well, I know people didn't get it at the time. How could you call this ethical? How could you call this moral? Fast forward however many seasons, if you're not backstabbing 15 times, you're not playing the game.
Yeah.
He didn't backstab anybody.
That's right.
He made an alliance, he made promises, and he took them through. Now, did he manipulate them a little bit, especially at the end? Yes. But he never like stabbed anybody in the back. He never made a promise that he didn't keep.
Yeah. One of the things that really stood out to me on this rewatch was, and I've watched, so many different seasons of Survivor. And so I'm, really like noticed the difference in the conditions from season to season. And so there is a lot of talk about the food and how much food they have in Borneo. And Richard is the person who is able to start spearfishing and provide for the tribe. And Mel, I do think that there is a lot of interesting discussion of what that means for the other players and what Rich thinks that means for his own position in the group based on the amount of fish that he's providing for the tribe.
Well, he's not wrong, because we never hear his name come up as someone to vote out. And I mean, we don't hear a lot of that alliance being suggested, but people leaving are the ones that are annoying or that are lying around doing nothing. And he has this kind of golden ticket of, well, I'm giving them food. And I don't know how, we don't really hear them talk about, I want to keep Rich around because he feeds us. I think we might hear it once, but yeah. And he does get a little bit cocky about it near the end. He's like, well, they're not being so appreciative, so I'm not going to fish for 2 more days. And I can't even fault him because it's working. Well, I mean, I can fault him because they decided, oh, well, I guess we'll get him out now, but they didn't, so it's fine.
Yeah. David, how ingrained into Survivor did that become of, I am going to catch fish? Richard Hatch has, provided for the tribe and he won. So if I am the provider for the group, my position will be secure in the game.
At the beginning, it became very ingrained. It was even one of my rules. At the beginning, it was providing food wins allies. What was the rule? But over time, it has become less and less important. And even then, looking back on it, it wasn't as important as it was made out to be. I mean, yeah, Richard used it for his planning. He, helped cement his place in the tribe. He talked about it. He liked to talk about, well, you can't vote me out or you won't get fed. But the alliance was the most important part. He could have been doing no fishing and the alliance probably still would have held.
For sure. Yeah.
And he could have been doing all the fishing without an alliance. And I don't know that they'd have kept him around. So it did help him stand out as a leader and as a provider. It made him more valuable. But for example, in the past, I've talked about how what Ozzy told me when I interviewed him after a couple of his seasons. And every time he would say, I should have spent less time fishing and more time strategizing. And then he, doesn't learn and goes back and does the same thing again. But Rich managed to do both. And I think that, what maybe we saw was the fishing and didn't realize at the time that was the lesser of the important things that Rich was doing. And so, yeah, after a number of years, that rule that I had fell off. It's gone. You won't find it here.
In Rich's defense, though, did he need to spend much time strategizing?
No.
Like, you had your alliance and you had a 5-minute meeting and all right, I'm going to go fish for the rest of the day.
That's true. And also I think he was able to, once he got the spear, now it's hard to say for sure, but it didn't seem like he spent 8 hours out there fishing. No one was saying that. Whereas when the other two guys, Dirk and Sean, would go out, now they came back with nothing, but they'd go out for 5 hours, and come back with nothing. I think Rich would go out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Rich would go out for a couple hours and come back with a bunch. So in some ways, that reward challenge where they won that may have been like the most important reward challenge in all of Survivor history.
So we're talking about how Richard had an idea of what the show was going to be. Mel, do you get the sense that the show knew what the show was going to be?
No, I don't. Not at all. I don't even know if they're happy with, I mean, now they are obviously, but at the time, did they like it? Because we're going to talk a whole bunch about all these crazy rumors, but one of the rumors is that Kelly was getting food from production so that she would win immunity, so that she would kind of break up that alliance. So it seemed like they wanted an exciting show, and they were a little bit nervous getting to the end there, like, oh, if these guys just vote together, that's not fun. So it seems like they kind of wanted more of these, I'm voting so-and-so off because of this. They wanted more of those merge votes where there's just votes flying everywhere. But good thing that the TV doesn't always know what's good for them, because this worked out well.
Yeah. David, do you have any sort of a sense of what the production was hoping Survivor would be?
I don't. I'm not sure. I mean, it's my recollection that Mark Burnett brought over his, camera people, producers from Eco Challenge. And I think that's what they were looking for. But it was also based off of a show from Europe. I don't remember if it was Swiss or Swedish or
Sweden.
Swiss.
Expedition Robinson.
Okay. So there was something that had happened before. I know that there was a sad outcome for one of the players on that show, but I don't know the history of were there alliances and the like. I think they expected it. I don't think that the word alliance just came out of nowhere without any expectation. But I think you have to know that. Maybe Mark Burnett didn't, and he just got lucky. But I feel like you have to know, if you're going into a game, or if you're setting up a game where the object is to vote out everybody and be the last person standing, you have to expect strategy.
Mel, I kind of feel like that Pagong was just not a great group to go up against Tagi, because you had talk in Pagong that Stacy was trying to organize an alliance. Like, I wonder, like, had she been on the other tribe, would there have been enough momentum to potentially have a Pagong alliance?
Jervis tried to make an alliance. He talked to Ramona in the boat, and he talked to, I believe it was Joel, when they got to camp. And it just didn't come together. It's like you were just a couple swapped people away from that season turning out completely different. And the other people, like, there was people on the season that wanted to make an alliance. They just all weren't together. It would almost have been more interesting if the Jervises and everything were together and they made this huge alliance. And then they had to kind of deal with that near the end. And it was harder because you had to vote people out earlier rather than just going to the fore together.
Yeah. I mean, that, on Pagong, it just kept happening. We kept seeing, oh, we'll agree. Yes, we're all going to vote out. We're going to vote together, and we're going to get rid of those Tagi people. And then Gretchen would be like, oh, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And then the votes would go in every which direction. And it was like, if they couldn't get everybody, they had nobody. Right. They didn't have a situation, or they didn't consider a situation where 4 of the 5 of them could get together, which is what happened on Tagi. And
it sounded like some of them considered it, but didn't want to do it, like Gretchen.
Yes. Yeah. And then instead they turned on their own.
Yeah.
As far as some of the other characters from this season, did either of you find any other standouts on this watch that you had a different opinion about?
What do you mean by different opinion? Than the masses?
Then you might have had previously in previous watches of it.
Okay. I love Suhawk. She is great. Rich gets all this credit for being the strategy man who steamrolled everyone else to the end. Sue is right there with him. She doesn't want to flip. She gets in her thing with Kelly, and we'll get there. But that was because she felt betrayed by their alliance, because they had an alliance. And Sue was playing the game. She was social. She worked hard. And she almost got there. It was a tie vote that gets her out. And I just have a lot of respect for Sue. Until the last tribal council, but we'll get there.
Yeah. I mean, I love Sue also. The one thing I would say is I don't think that she got so mad at Kelly because she broke the alliance. It was because she broke their friendship.
Yes, definitely.
Because we saw that she was talking about, oh, she's my new best friend. I lost my best friend, and I never thought anyone could take her place. And she's like a sister. And there were times when they were just sitting there, arms around each other. And once the trust was broken, it wasn't just an ally going against you. It was your close friend, your almost sister. And, when you go from love to hate, that pendulum swings. And I that's what happened there. And I think that's what That's what did either Sue or Kelly in was that split there.
Yeah, I think that that's a big part of Sue's story. And another thing that I noticed particularly on this watch was that I think it was very important for Sue. I think she really wanted to outflank Rich. And I think she specifically wanted a woman to win the season. And then ultimately she's going to turn on that and be one of the loudest voices anti-Kelly. But when you go back to the challenge that when she is going up against Joel, you see how much it means to her to potentially beat Joel and quote unquote dog some guy out on national TV. that was a real bucket list thing for her. And then I think that she felt like very good about that. Her and Kelly had Rich and Rudy outflanked. I don't know exactly how they were gonna, pull the rug out from under him, but I think that she felt very strongly about that they were going to be able to get past Rich, and it was either going to be her or Kelly was going to be the winner of the game. So that betrayal, I think, is sort of like really twofold. Where one, it was the betrayal of the friendship, but also I think that for Sue, I think it really meant a lot to her to potentially beat a man to win the game. In my humble opinion of watching Sue Hawk, and I love Sue Hawk. I talked about her in Survivor All Stars. I was lucky enough to be on a tribe with her in Survivor All Stars, and I cherished my time with Sue Hawk. She was such a character, and just like she is such a delight to watch all through Borneo. She has so many great lines and moments throughout the season. And it's nice to see her where in Survivor All Stars, of course, we know how that ends. She didn't seem to enjoy herself. She seems to, for the most part, for 30 some odd days, really relish her time on the show.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, like I said, I love her as a character, as a player most of the time until, she let those emotions get involved. And, Kelly had a big part in that too. I really do think if Kelly could have just put on a happy face, pretended, to quote myself, pretended to be nice and, move along, she could have won, but she was the one who broke it up, caused Sue to then turn around and tell Richard that she was planning to turn on him, which caused Richard to then, change his plans. And it gets back to what Mel was saying, where he was like, wow, they really could have gotten me if this wouldn't have happened. But it was that emotional cascade of events that happened.
How do they get there? Do they try and grab Sean at 5? Colleen, get the girls thing going at 6 and just count on Sean's alphabetical? What does that look like?
I mean, maybe they get Colleen at 6, and because if Sean is still shooting his votes off in whatever which way, you'd have 3 against 2 against Sean, or you get down to 5, and maybe you can persuade Sean. Maybe not. We saw, and we'll get there when Sean chooses Rich over Kelly for a reward. So maybe you never get there. But I do think it was possible that they could have changed things up. Maybe if you start even earlier, I don't think that Kelly and Sue were thinking about starting earlier.
But I wonder if Kelly might have had a better relationship with Sean earlier on, where then he was gonna take Kelly potentially on that reward where they go on the boat, and then ultimately he switches it at the last second and then ends up taking Rich. So maybe there was some sort of a tug of war for Dr. Sean. Maybe. Yes. Or maybe they just figured, okay, we'll get to 4 and then we'll figure it out from there. Whatever the tiebreaker is, we'll figure it out when we get to 4. But ultimately, that was going to be the plan. It was going to be some sort of a 2v2, and that they were going to somehow work it out. Whether they felt like they could beat Rudy in a tiebreak, whether they knock Rudy out first, and then ultimately knock Rich out at the final 3.
Oh, and then Rich doesn't throw the challenge there. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also possible this was supposedly before Rich and Rudy had made their final 2 deal. Although that's, the timeline there is a little shaky, but supposedly he didn't make that deal until Sue told him that she was going to turn on him. And so maybe they can somehow think they can get Rudy on board or turn Rich against Rudy, because Rich had been telling Sue before then that he was going to get rid of Rudy.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that was the plan, that the three of them get rid of Rudy and then the two women turn on Rich.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is one of the things that's frustrating here, is that the strategy is just so basic and we don't even get it. We have to like do all this supposition to even figure out like what anybody was thinking.
It's like they show us so much, but were they just not asking these questions? Did they not feel like they were able to? Were they just not like, were they just asking and then getting I don't knows in return? Like, why are we kind of missing this stuff? There you
Depends
go.
who you ask. Yeah. I want to touch briefly on Rudy before we go back to the season, of course. We lost Rudy Bosch about 2 years ago at this time. The great Rudy Bosch. I spent 3-4 weeks with Rudy, and I treasure the time that I got to spend with him. Of course, Rudy was, the stuff that he said in the year 2000 wasn't great in the year 2000. Certainly has not aged particularly well in the 21 years since. But Rudy was just as a character. How was Rudy on this rewatch?
Oh, I thought he was like just a quote machine. And I had come in there being like, okay, everyone loves Rudy. I was wondering if he was maybe a little bit overrated, but he made me laugh just so many times. It's ironic a little bit because we talked about Colleen earlier being a little bit apathetic and that being a little bit like, oh, well, why does she even want to be here? But Rudy very much seems like he doesn't want to be there, but we love it. And it's probably a little bit of him. I don't know if he's putting it on or that's just who he is.
I think that's who he is. Like, yeah. I don't think he cares
about everything.
I don't think he cares about like the camera or trying to play a character. Like, I just think, it's wild that he's there, and just the storyline about him and Rich. And I know that, because of the language that he uses and constantly refers to, Rich is queer, and that, obviously that is going to be something that is, you wouldn't do that to anybody else. But Richard never took offense to anything that Rudy had to say. And I do think that for the year 2000, the beauty in that story was that Rudy did not agree with Richard's, and I don't even want to say lifestyle, because that I think implies there's some choice in the matter, but he would not have normally spent time with this man, and he came not only to enjoy his company, but that was his best friend on the whole show.
Yeah. And they even had that discussion about lifestyle versus, using that word.
Yeah.
Which in that year, some of the words that were used surprised me, even in the rewatch.
Yes.
But Rich seemed okay with it. I mean, I'm not clear who came up with the FNF, whether it was Rich or Sean.
Mm-hmm.
So Sean, I was reading that it was a reference to Rich was going to make a naked calendar after the game, and it was kind of a joke. So they may have come up with it together. But yeah,
it sounded like that was something that Richard had said that Sean was repeating, and probably it definitely should not have repeated.
Yeah. So yeah, it was just surprising. Like I said, even though I have watched it now twice in the last year, it still is, somewhat shocking to see that and think, wow, did they really say that on TV in 2000? And the answer is, yeah, they did.
Well, Mel, what was really surprising to me was that, sure, everybody knows all about Rudy and, everything that he's going to say in this season. I don't think there's too many surprises if you are a Survivor fan to know what Rudy's going to talk about. I was more surprised that almost like every other cast member is talking about Rich's sexuality.
Yeah, there was a whole segment on that in one episode where he kind of talks about how, I guess he says he doesn't want to make it like the first thing people know about him or something similar to that. But yeah, he is very open about that, even in the reunion when they're kind of confronting Rudy about his language. He's like, oh, he's trying. Like, he seems very much like understanding when people are trying to be kind and are just wanting to talk about it, and you have more information, even if they don't have maybe the best words. So that was really cool to kind of see him do that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to the beginning of this thing, and let's talk about Survivor, the very first episode of the show, and the marooning. And we get to spend, some time with our two different tribes, Pagong and Tagi. And of course, David, it is TV history. First off, the marooning of these Survivor contestants.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even explained as well. I mean, there's a lot of what we would now consider over-explaining going out, every time he showed up with a tree mail and, explain that. But in this case, it was just like, okay.
I like that. I thought it was good. I liked seeing Jeff sort of do these different little interstitials.
Yeah, but for the marooning, it was just like, okay, they're throwing stuff over the side all of a sudden, and he's just on the boat saying these 16 people are starting an adventure, and there just wasn't a whole lot of explaining, which I think probably drew people in right from the get-go. Like, what is going on here? Why are these people jumping off a boat?
David, it seemed almost so different from everything else in the show. Like you said, he goes to tree mail. It's very structured. This is what they're gonna do, whatever. And yeah, it starts with they're just throwing things off a boat. Like in other seasons, we see them sitting there nicely, and he gives them their buffs. But not literally the opening, the first time we hear Jeff talk on the show, there's people running around and just craziness, and it's so great.
David, were you a day one Survivor person?
I was a delayed day one Survivor person. So I did not watch the show when it aired on day one, but the group of friends, actually the same group of friends that the Lord of the Rings person was in that I told you about, started talking about, it was kind of funny because one couple who was my friends was a very religious couple, and they were talking about how this gay guy was going on about how he was going to win this money and all this stuff. And they actually liked him, which was a surprise to me because, the type of very religious people that they were. But it was intriguing to me. So I don't remember if it was after the first or the second or whatever, but I got tapes of it, and watched from the beginning and then caught up and watched from there.
Well, just the idea that these are real people, I just don't think that comes across on a rewatch of when you have watched other Survivors, just the sort of the novelty of that. Wait, these are 16 people that are all different, that they're these big personalities that, these people are real. You might run into these people. I just think that is such a novel concept, and we're sort of living vicariously through them. It is such a wild concept that there were no other reality shows like this at the time as well. So it really became such a phenomenon in this first season. We get to see these little interstitials of everybody in their home life, which in these early seasons, this stuff is so beautiful.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love this. It's one of those things where in the early seasons, you're like, oh yeah, I would love if they brought that back. But I don't know if they brought this back, if it would really hold the same, I don't know. Oh, that's so cool. And I mean, I guess it's a little bit spoiled that we get preseason interviews and it's I know they're an accountant, whatever, that's fine. But we really did have no idea who these people were. And I wanted to ask you guys, so I see the premiere had 15 million people watching. Yeah. And how did that happen? Was it just oh, this show looks cool? Or was it really this is incredible, we need to watch? Was it more something that people just stumbled upon, or was it a big thing?
So I recall from before the show ever even aired, a lot of buzz about, did you hear about they're doing a show where I think they had done a big casting call, and there was a lot of talk about, they're going to just throw people on an island and the winner is going to get $1 million. What is this about? And so I think that there was, definitely some buzz. 15 million viewers in 2000 is definitely not 15 million viewers in 2021. So I think that was probably an okay premiere, but probably not a top 10 show. for the week. But, if you take a look at the ratings numbers, like the show is just going to build so much word of mouth. And David, correct me if I'm wrong, I think CBS might also have re-aired it another night during the week, like on Saturday, in case you missed it.
I do feel like that happened also. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered it. But now that you did,
especially the first couple of episodes,
Yeah.
I feel like that it was like, hey, if you missed everybody's talking about Survivor, check it out. And also, I'm sure everybody was like talking about it the next day at work and on the radio and all sorts of different places that make us sound super old when we discuss
on Twitter, on Facebook. Oh, wait.
Yeah. So it was definitely part of the national conversation. It also comes on May 31st, 2000, a time traditionally when everything else on television is all reruns, where it used to be, for our younger listeners who may not be familiar with the concept, like TV shows would premiere in September and then they would have big season finales in May. And then everything would be a repeat from like, what's a repeat? That's when the shows would be on again, same episode you've already seen. And basically that was like the entire summer. Nothing else was on except here's this brand new show. Nobody made new shows for the summer. If anything, it was sort of like shows that got canceled would be airing in the summer.
Well, didn't they have to do that because like TV shows would get funding or something important based on like what happened in May? So they timed their finale to be their biggest thing. So they'd get the most something.
Yeah, they're sweeps months would be sort of like that's when the shows like advertisers pay the most attention to, like I think it's like November, February, and May. Sort of like sweeps months, so you'd want to have like your biggest thing. So that's where they would check your ratings to get your ad rates, and so you'd have a lot of big stuff coming up in those months, and so those would be the biggest TV months of the year. But Survivor is starting like after Memorial Day, and so this is sort of unheard of that you would have a big show like this or something original coming out here in the summer months. So it really, captured, and it was also the summer of 2000. It's, kind of a sleepy summer, not too much else going on in the world. And so this was like all the conditions were perfect for Survivor to really break out as a hit.
And their turnaround was actually really impressive. Like they started filming at the end of March.
Because it's very noticeable when they get the videos from home from the people that get them, that like the videos, it's like March 11th, 2000. Like, how is this? Is that, could that be right? And then
I had to do some math, and it's like, Rudy gets his video 9 days after, or previously. So they didn't do the thing where it's like they filmed them like the first day and then they mailed them later.
No, from when they filmed the finale. I mean, I think it's less than 2 months from when they filmed the finale to when the show is airing. So when they showed Kelly
they had to like splice film, right, and put it all together.
I don't know if they were like splicing film. I think that they might have
a little bit more advanced, maybe.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
But I mean, they were starting already because we know that because Kelly got to see the first 5 minutes or whatever of the show.
So I have a fun story to tell about that. I think I maybe read it in the Oral History of Survivor of Borneo by Dalton Ross, or was it Martin Holmes? My bad. So they gave that reward. We're going to talk about the story later, where the team wanted more reward to play for. And so they had to add something together real quick. So they put together this Survivor pub, and they didn't even have anything edited. They just decided, okay, let's just add this thing. And we let to watch the first bit of the premiere, and they ended up shortening it down to the first 5 minutes because they didn't have anything together. So they were like quickly putting it together. I'm curious if it's the exact same thing that ended up being in the real show premiere.
Well, I've also heard Jeff Probst tell a version of this story where, like, I think that they end up like going toward that reward, and they say, okay, today you're playing for a reward of a Bud Light. Yeah. And I think Richard Hatch like a letter of revolt of like, hey, we're not doing a contest for a Bud Light. Do something better. We just had like Sean just went on a cruise. Well, now we're playing for a beer. And so like Jeff like comes out for that reward. It's like you'll start with, you'll have a Bud Light and many more when you watch the premiere. And Richard says like, oh, okay, that'll work. So they're figuring out a lot of things on the fly here in Borneo. Okay, Richard Hatch and the Tagi tribe are going to arrive at the beach, and David, this is just so great to see the Tagi tribe, figuring things out. And that conversation that, was referenced in the opening of, Richard wanting to talk about how they're going to talk is so fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, if we saw someone today acting like Rich did, we'd all be like, well, they're obviously the first person voted out. I mean, they're just all going to vote for this person because they're so annoying. And especially sitting up in the tree above everyone else.
And you don't even see them right away. They're like putting on
Yeah.
a conversation and they pan up to Rich sitting in the tree
Yeah.
looking down on them. It's so funny.
But he got over it. He recognized that wasn't working, in part because Sue told him that's not going to work. And we see the beginnings both here and at Pagong of plot lines that are gonna come to fruition later. The Tagi tribe starts working as a team. The Pagong, not so much. They're getting mad at the one or two people who's trying to get them to do some work. And so you see as it goes along that this is going to spell the survival of Tagi and the end of Pagong, because one group could get it together and one group could not. And so it's just interesting to see that in the very first episode.
Okay, Mel, well, let me ask you this question. Do you think ultimately did Tagi come around to Rich's systems, or do you think that Rich ultimately didn't continue to push the issue?
Well, I think their reasons for voting people off were different. And yes, they did vote off people who were annoying. But like nowadays in Survivor, it's like if someone comes and is the leader and kind of thing, then it's like, like you have this kind of like flow chart in your head. It's like if they're like very outspoken, then you kind of notice them as a target. But they didn't have that. So Rich was just someone with opinions. And even if they didn't agree with them, that wasn't like a reason to vote him out. So I don't know if it was maybe either. They maybe just kind of agreed to disagree, and it didn't have to mean anything more than that.
Yeah. I don't know if they ultimately ever came around to like Rich's like corporate discipline that he was trying to instill. Right. But when we hear the comparison between the two tribes, the Tagi set up that everything has a place. The kitchen is organized. They talk about, they go into tribal councils and they're on the same page. They know who to vote for. I do think that ultimately they went from like where they started, which was sort of more like a Pagong style free-for-all, to ultimately like the powers that be in the Tagi group. I think ultimately did end up more following what Rich and the structure that he was trying to instill in this group.
And I think a little bit was just that the people on that tribe were a little bit more susceptible to that, because if you're trying to get a Greg and a Colleen to make sure they put the knife back every time, they're going to be like, I don't care. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to go play in the forest. Like, so it's probably people that maybe he was a little bit abrasive at first, but like at the end of the day, after a few days, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And it doesn't have to be, we're doing this because Richard said so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about Pagong and the early days of Pagong. Really, we spend a lot of time with BB and Gretchen specifically in the early days over at Pagong. Mel, what storylines really stand out for you in the early days of Pagong?
I loved the BB and Ramona going to get water, and then BB making a joke. We would never actually do this, but what if we don't tell them where the water is? Like, we wouldn't do it, but what if we didn't tell them and they had to keep us? It was like this like crazy idea. And I was so shocked at some of the episodes I watched in Borneo, because like I mentioned earlier, it has this reputation of being no strategy, and we get so much strategy kind of just thrown in there. So it's like they were thinking about the game. This was not a case of a couple people thinking they were just on a trip trying to find water and stay alive. Like they were already thinking about it. And so that was one of the big things that I stood out to me.
But I think it does tie back into that idea of like, how am I providing value? Because that I don't need a hidden immunity idol. My hidden immunity idol are what are the strengths and the skill sets that I bring to the tribe? Because if I am able to be of some use to the tribe, then either the tribe will feel very guilty about getting rid of me, or that they will not want to be uncomfortable, so they won't want to lose my particular skill set, David.
Yeah. I mean, going back to that scene, Mel, to talk about a different show that we podcasted about, Rob, all I could think of was the guy on Pirate Master taking all the compasses and saying, "Don't vote me out, or you'll lose all your compasses."
And then they vote him out.
Gone.
Yeah. But it didn't work. So, it was interesting, that it was BB and Ramona, because those two obviously would not do well together going forward, because BB was like, she's lazy, and Ramona was like, oh, I'm so sick. And so, some of these things, they started the plot lines in this first episode that went on for 3, 4 or more episodes. Like, we saw Ramona being sick at the beginning, but she didn't pay the price for it for several more episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, I was just gonna say, I feel like today they wouldn't bother. They would not necessarily spend so much time on Ramona being sick and just wait until she was voted off and then talk about it.
Yeah, and that's extra impressive. They had producers like alternating episodes. So one producer would do episode like 2, 7, and 12. And so they arranged this all with the producers. They made sure they had their stories. The turnaround was so fast again. And it's just like, it's really great that, yes, we don't have all of the storylines with Throughline, but the ones they do get are pretty good.
And I do feel like that with this cast of 16, I think everybody really does get, some sort of like star treatment all the way through. I don't think that there's anybody that is particularly underserved by the edit where they get almost nothing. Maybe Stacy might be the person like of the entire cast who, like, we know the least about her personality. Like, I feel like there was almost nothing about her other than she ate the bug and then didn't like Rudy. I think other than that, we didn't learn a lot about her on the show. Even Sonia, of course, the first person to be voted out, has some great moments in the first episode, David, I think it's just so beautiful. The Richard Hatch listening to Sonia play her song on the ukulele. It's just such a beautiful moment between the two players. One is going to be the first person off the show. The other is going to be the winner. Just incredible moment.
Yeah. And it did let us know her a little bit better. We wouldn't see that nowadays because they never let someone bring a ukulele again. But, maybe she should have strategized and said, well, they won't vote me off because
my beautiful music,
exactly. But, I mean, one slip was what it took for her, basically. And so, so it was rough to see her go after we had already gotten to know her just in that brief time.
Well, I do think it's interesting as here in the first season of Survivor, they've never cast, a season of Survivor before, so they didn't really know what they were looking at. And while certainly the diversity casting here in Survivor leaves a lot to be desired and will for some 20 some odd years, that they did really go out of their way to cast a diverse age group of people of that we have in this season of Survivor, and this ends up being somewhat important when we talk about the issue with Stacy. Sonia 63, BB 64, and Rudy 72. So they really tried to cast a wide swath of ages of the different players that are in this season. Then we have a bunch of people that are sort of in their late 30s as well. So they won't ever, I think, have a season with this many people that are 60 plus.
Actually, this is the only Survivor season with people born in the 1930s. So definitely, I mean, obviously you can't have that these days, but they just had more older people. And it's a little bit unfortunate almost that they have the oldest people in seasons where they focus so much on trivial reasons to vote people out. Like nowadays, if someone gets in a good alliance, they can maybe save themselves. We see that in a international Survivor season is a really old person. I guess probably older than Tina in season 2, and she wins. And it's just so hard right now. Like, what could they do if everything is being based on how you contribute at camp? They just can't.
Yeah. Ultimately, David mentioned that Sonya is going to slip in the first challenge, the Quest for Fire. Mel, that first challenge, that I don't think that they really had the coverage for it either.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
which is crazy because it's such a short challenge. I can't remember if I wrote it down, but it's like 2 minutes, like beginning to end, and it's like you blink and you miss it. And then we'll talk about the fact that they just end challenges like you're not looking at the screen and you look back and they're back at camp because they didn't say anyone wins. They just kind of go, oh, yep, good game. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It takes a while. That I do feel like that they just kind of figure things out by the end of the season, but the first half of the season is a real mess. But David, I love it.
Yeah.
It was very fun.
It was. One thing that struck me every time I have seen, rewatch that first challenge is, like you said, Mel, how short it is. And there is no, if you have one screw up, you're done unless the other tribe screws up even worse. There's no comeback. There's no puzzle at the end. There's no digging for something. And
I love that.
Yeah. It's just, that's it. You're done. And you have no chance.
Yeah. A lot of the challenges are very quick like that, whether it's like, okay, shoot one arrow or, throw one thing. Everybody gets the shit like boom, 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 boom. It's over. Very quick. We don't spend a lot of time on the immunity challenges,
and they're not all physical, and they're not actually. I don't know if they really have any mental challenges, but like they're kind of different. So it's not like we end up having someone. We have someone going on an immunity run, but it's not like the Mike Holloway, like they're unstoppable, and it's like you have just such a variation.
Right.
Yeah. Leading up to Tribal Council, there's a little bit of alliance talk, even in the first episode, Mel.
Yes. Let me go back.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm lost. Go to David.
Yeah, David.
Well, to me, the most interesting thing is that it is who made the first alliance. It wasn't Richard. It wasn't Susan. It was Kelly and Stacy. And they wanted to get together to get rid of Rudy. They thought they brought Susan in, but of course she became the first person to flip on an alliance. Although not directly against them yet. And like I mentioned earlier, Rich was all alone. He was just, shooting his vote out to nowhere. And so to me, this is where I see the beginning of the hypocrisy of Kelly, because she would be the one who later decried the Tagi alliance led by Rich. She thought it was immoral. She tried to break from it. But she was doing it before anybody else. And for her to then later make it sound like she was dragged into this kicking and screaming and hated everything about it, it was more dishonest than anything Richard ever did.
Yeah. Well, I think it's sort of like the justification of like, well, we don't like the way Rudy is running the kitchen, or he's eating food. So, we are morally right to be getting rid of him. So we're just
that's your favorite part of every season when they decide they're the good guys, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes. We're gonna get together and we're gonna vote against Rudy because we don't like how he's running things around here. Yeah. Yeah, but it gets harder when it's the people that Kelly likes, so they have to vote out.
Right. But Rudy, for his part, he says something that I think every Survivor player and every reality show player should remember going forward, when he talks about the kids and their MTV, and he says, I got to fit in, not them. There's more of them than there is of me.
Yeah.
And that is a brilliant read of the situation by Rudy.
Yeah. He says, I don't even know what MTV means. Yeah. Boy, Mel, it's if Rudy was with us today, what acronym do you think he would be most confused by?
Oh gosh, there's so many. ORG, online reality games.
Anything
that gets hashtagged.
I don't even know what WAP means, and
I
never will. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, there's so many acronyms for Rudy.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that this did not work out with the Stacy and Sue alliance. Mel, what do you think it is that I know that, Sue will find a partner in Rich who does sort of embody corporate America and somebody who is not sort of like a blue collar type person like Sue might be used to dealing with in her industry. So why do you think that ultimately she found a home working with Rich, but couldn't make it work with Stacy?
That is a great question, and one I wish we had the answer to, which is why I wish Sue's explanation was just a little longer, because we see her say, "Oh, Stacy thinks I'm voting for one person, but I'm not." And it's like, "Oh, this is interesting," but we don't really get the why. And when I watched the first couple episodes, I really liked Stacy, and I was sad she was off early. And then in reading stuff online, I guess she was really hard to get along with. So I don't know if it was just a little bit of that; they just didn't click. We know Sue likes to work with the women, so I would think that this is two strong women, and that like to be outspoken, that they would go well together. But yeah, I guess just kind of really boils down to the social experiment. They didn't really get along, and Sue wanted to kind of wait for something better, because she didn't even really want to keep Rudy. It wasn't Stacy wants to get rid of Rudy, but I want to keep him. It was just no, I don't want to vote with her.
David, do you have any additional information on any of this?
Not really. I think that Mel hit it on the head. They just didn't get along. And I don't think Stacy really got along with anybody. I think Stacy, which we may discuss later, I think Stacy liked to be in charge and, liked to complain. Well, whether she liked to complain, she was seen as complaining a lot. And I think as arrogant as Rich was, especially at the beginning, I think he toned it down and he was able to talk to Susan more on a peer level. Whereas, I think Stacy was this younger, brasher person coming in and saying, this is what we should do. At the same time, complaining. I think she just rubbed people the wrong way.
Yeah. It's interesting that I feel like that we are ascribing a lot of the same personality traits to Stacy that we do to Richard. And ultimately, Stacy is the second person voted out of this group, and Richard goes on to win. So I think it might also be a gender issue that we're talking about, where Richard could sit in the tree and talk about the way that the tribe should be conducting business, and he's ultimately going to come on and win the show. And Stacy is going to be, only talked about with her lawsuit.
It could be a gender issue for sure, as so many things in Survivor can be. But also, Rich just had a way with he was so friendly to people. Yeah, he could give his opinion, but then also you'd give your opinion back, and he'd be like, yeah, okay, well, that's totally fair. And he had a way of even if you guys disagreed, you still kind of left feeling good with him. And I don't know if Stacy really shared that same personality trait.
Yeah. Richard is a great conversationalist, and I think he enjoys a philosophical argument, and so he could completely disagree with you, but enjoy the conversation that you're having in the disagreement.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Stacy is. I mean, I've met and worked with and worked against a number of younger attorneys that remind me of what we saw of her. In that, just in Stacy's mind, she might have just been having a normal conversation with you, but because of the way she comes off, you don't take it that way. I had, for example, a coworker who was a bit older than me, and he had to go testify at something, and afterwards he was shocked that the attorney who had attacked him while he was testifying then came up to him afterwards and said, "Oh, nice working with you, nice seeing you." And he came back and he told me, how could she be that way to me and everything? And it was well, because she was doing her job and then she was being herself. And lawyers, I think, can often see that separation, whereas they may not see how other people take it, much like my coworker didn't take it that way. People with Stacy might have been arguing about something, complaining about something. I mean, I'm being somewhat hypothetical here. And, she may have thought she was just being sort of like Rich and bringing up different possibilities, but it may not have come off that way.
Let's talk about that first tribal council. And this is a tribal council set like no other. We're going to see the Survivor contestants.
Hold on.
Yes. Yes. So after the long walk to tribal, that's David is banging the gong to walk in. I like the gong, and then they come in, and we've got a treasure chest full of cash. Mel, I think they should bring back the treasure chest full of cash.
I love the treasure chest full of cash. Why would we not always have this? That's great. Put it right there. This is what you're playing for. Don't forget about it. And it's a great set piece.
Yeah. David, why did we lose the treasure chest full of cash?
I don't know. I think they may have thought it was just over the top. I was going to bring one, but I couldn't fit it here on the couch. I normally keep a treasure chest full of cash, but I just couldn't fit it here on the couch.
Of all the things they decided were over the top, and all the things that are happening
Yes.
here, it's the treasure chest of cash. That's the
gong.
Oh, of course,
Yeah.
and the gong.
I like the gong too.
Yeah.
Really set the mood. I liked it. Sort of like the clock striking 12 for somebody, like the bell tolls for someone who's
so
walking
morbid.
into the tribal council. Yeah. And so then we also have Jeff, who is such a kind figure, Mel.
He's
to
so
the
cute
survivor.
in these early
Yeah.
ones. He's like, "Is everyone okay? Was the journey okay? Can I get you some tea?" Like, he
You're
tells
all
them how
winners.
to vote. Yeah, you're all
Yeah.
great. Congratulates them for making the journey, and yeah, it's so funny to see his evolution. Even by the end of the season, it doesn't take long for him to be like, "Yeah, okay, vote someone out. This is what we do."
Yeah.
Well, he was suffering in the elements too.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, my favorite Jeff is like episode 3 or 4 when it's pouring rain and he's like peeling these like pieces of paper and he's like sopping wet. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
You can get Jeff an umbrella.
Sonia will be the first person voted out in a wild first tribal council. We have 4 votes for Sonia, 3 votes for Rudy, and then Rich is the lone vote for Stacy.
I think it was actually 3-3 and also a vote for Suna.
Yes.
They counted that as Sonia
Yes.
for some reason.
Yes.
Yes, there's some wild spellings in Survivor Borneo.
I still can't figure out how she even got there because at first I was like, oh, okay, she must know that like Sonia has a J in her name and kind of tried to fit it in there, but she doesn't put a J in Suna. It just kind of I don't know where that was going.
Mm-hmm. So Sonia becomes the first player voted out of Survivor. The great Sonia Christopher. She leaves her tribe. Go get him. So cute. The second episode of Survivor, we really spend a lot of time with BB and the construction of the shelter. And so, having fresh eyes to look at this, David, I would like to say BB is, and of course, rest in peace, the great BB. But I think that his idea of a shelter was wild. That he was building a house. That this was a crazy shit. Like I don't know if BB has like a background in construction, but he came out here and he was building basically like a building.
Yeah, and he wouldn't listen to the person who probably knew best. That would be Gretchen. She taught survival for the armed forces, and she's like, no, we should put it over here and do this. No, we're gonna do this. And then
This
Joel
is
makes
beachfront property.
Yeah, Joel makes the suggestion. Well, if we're building a health club, we'll ask you. And it was his way or no way. And and then not only was he building this house, but he wanted to build it now. And it didn't matter if it was the heat of the day. It could be 150 degrees out there. He was building it now. And that was it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rob, you talked about in the first episode about how like people's worth and like people wanted to show their worth by contributing at camp. And it seems like BB just took that a little bit too far. He's like, I need to be doing the most possible work so I can be the most possible valuable. And like, this is just what you do. It seems like that was kind of his identity is we get this done. I build shelter, like just very simple. Like this is what we need to do. And Ramona tells him, I think it's Ramona, to like, yeah, you could take a break. And he's like, no, why would I do that? Like he doesn't even understand why he would do it.
Yes, just looking at BB's bio, that BB studied civil engineering at Kansas State University and before becoming a general contractor and a real estate developer. So,
pretty applicable.
Yeah, we get it. It's like, I'm just going to build this is the same way I'd build a house. We're going to build the same frame.
Do you think he has a Greg at home too that he holds up by his hair and his pants and like moves him around like a puppet to put things?
I know I
called
hurt.
the Greg crane.
Not that anyone's going to be able to do that with me, but yeah, it's just hurt seeing him do that.
Yeah.
This is wild that according to BB's bio, that he was active in politics. He was appointed by President Reagan to the advisory board of the Defense Intelligence Agency, where he served for 11 and a half years. And then he declined several ambassadorships that were offered to him during the Bush administration.
Wow. I did not know that.
Did he pay someone to edit this description? If that's all true, which I'm sure it is, that's very impressive.
Yeah. So, and his luxury item was a towel, Mel.
Come on. I mean,
always know
the Texas flag is better than a towel. What is that?
Always, maybe he's a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fan.
He needed to put on a little stick.
He needed his towel.
While we're talking about luxury items, though, bring them back. Like, that's so great. People bringing all these different things. I know they were very specific about what they'd let people bring. Apparently, I think it was Gretchen was able to bring a toothbrush and toothpaste. That's way better than a towel. Like, I don't know, maybe he had to bring a towel, but...
The last time that we heard about the luxury item, so I think that when I watched Survivor Go Wrong, that the contestants at one point got to win their personal comfort item. They had
like pictures.
They rebranded it. And so maybe just the idea of like, we can't let people think they're getting a luxury. So like they had like they had like a rebranding of like, it's a personal item. Yeah. It's not a luxury item anymore.
I know a lot of people watch Survivor for different reasons, but like they have a deck of cards. They have a ukulele. Like, I think that's great. You build relationships. You play cards with someone. You like learn the ukulele. Like, not every, like, there's nothing to do on the beach. You gather wood and you sit, and I know they're thinking, oh, if we give them stuff to do, then they won't strategize as much. But like, I don't know. I like seeing them kind of like Rich and Jervis playing cards and the ukulele. Like, I love those little character moments.
Yeah. And plus there was strategizing there. I mean, both Rich and Jervis were feeling each other out during that game. You know, Rich is winning a game that he's just been taught, and he's like, is Jervis, I know we're skipping ahead here, but he's like, is Jervis purposely losing to me, so I'll, favor him? Or so there were good character and even strategic moments that came out of that.
And so Pagong is going to be a group that is going to try to like make their own fun. That you see like at Tagi, like the things that happen like for fun, like whether it's like Sean makes a bowling alley, it's like just treated with disdain. Like, oh my God, this bowling alley is terrible. Why is he wasting time on this? But we see like skits going on, and we get the newly stranded game, David.
Yeah, I didn't really get the point of that game, I have to admit. I didn't know if it was the newly stranded together game, but they weren't really asking, he wasn't playing it the right way, Rob. It was just very confusing to me.
Yeah. Okay. They were trying, David.
Yes. Yeah, it was better than the Super Bowl 2000, which did make its debut.
Nothing is better than the Super Bowl 2000.
Well, maybe, if you're a fish, the Super Bowl 2000 is great because you have no chance of being caught by it. So
he didn't catch a single fish, did he?
No, not a single one.
And then they burned it, so they couldn't even come back on Ghost Island.
Yes. What would it come back as? The Hawaiian slang?
Super Bowl 3000?
Yeah.
Super Bowl 3000? Sure. Sure. So we also then in the second episode get a little bit more of the bond or the relationship between Rich and Rudy, which is interesting here about that Rich hasn't told Rudy yet that he is a gay man, and he's debating whether or not he should.
Yeah, except there's a real disconnect here, and I think this may come down to. I think, Mel, you were talking about that they didn't have cameras catching everything, or Rob, one of you were talking about that. But maybe it took place in tribal council, because Rudy said he found out that Richard was gay in tribal council. Okay. But even though we didn't see it in tribal council, but then during the second episode, Richard said that Rudy didn't know he was gay. And when
in
Rudy,
fairness, I've spent some time with
Yeah.
Rudy. Though. Just because something was said in front of Rudy doesn't mean he knows it.
yeah, I don't know. But when Rudy did find out, he said he didn't care. But it was this weird contradiction. Now they also could have taken the clip from Rich saying it in earlier, although I remember that was the big scandal at the time was, are they really showing these in proper time order and everything? That was their version, that was the internet's version of a scandal at the time.
Yeah.
So, they could have taken that out of time order too, but the Survivor book, which I used to have and I used for Why Richard Won and has since disappeared. I don't know where it went, but it similarly said that it happened in the first tribal council. So I think it may have just been that they didn't want to confuse that tribal council with that revelation coming up. So they waited till the beginning of the next episode.
You think they could just have cut out that second part? Like, oh yeah, I heard earlier. It didn't have to be heard at tribal council, but I guess that's just part of the kind of the learning curve. Editing.
Yeah, but I also think that that's part of the importance of Survivor is that, when we talk about representation, I think that probably in the year 2000, I think that many of the viewers of the show didn't know anybody who was a gay person, and Richard Hatch might be the only person that they're exposed to. There was not a ton of gay characters on television, and there were not a lot of people who were, necessarily that you knew would have been a gay person in your lives, or that they would have been comfortable telling people that they were. So this was a very important show in terms of this is probably for a lot of Americans that are watching this show every week. This is their first time seeing a gay person on their televisions every single week.
Yeah, they really didn't shy away from airing these kinds of conversations, which is almost a little bit surprising because you'd think this brand new show and you've got all these people on and you don't want to risk any sort of I don't know if I would call it controversy, but if it's going to make someone upset, then would you want to risk that? But they just went and showed a lot of it in episode 2.
And it was certainly a different time in 2000 where I think that the show, I don't know if they necessarily had a worldview. It was more sort of hey, these are 16 people that we found. And these are the kinds of things that they're talking about.
Yeah.
We didn't tell them to say these things. We found these people, we filmed them, and this is what they said.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I agree with everything you said about, some people not being exposed to that. I talked about my friends, that couple, very religious couple. I don't think they would, at the time, maybe still not now, associate knowingly with a gay man. But they were, right there engrossed by the show and talking about it. And, they weren't turning it off and they weren't turned off by what they saw.
Yeah. Okay. We have our first gross food challenge here in Survivor history in episode number 2. And we're going to get the grub eating competition. Second week in a row, I'm watching Jervis eat grubs in the top 40 countdown. Mel, how did the first gross food challenge hold up for you?
I hate the first one. I hate the third one. I hate the 10th one. I hate these challenges. I don't like watching, especially when they have to do all the close-ups on the little bugs' faces, wiggling around. And I know this wasn't HD, but we saw a lot of bug go into mouths. Don't like it. For strategy, I like that it happens in the pre-merge because then Jervis has to eat it. He can't just be like, no, I'm good. I don't want immunity. I'll pass. Thanks. It's it's your second episode. You're trying to prove yourself and you have to eat these bugs. But also Jeff was very nice in he gives so much time, and nowadays
and water,
nope, done. Yeah.
Yeah. Jai Lewis is probably watching this. Oh, you get to drink water, and then no, they changed that rule by then. But we ultimately get to the tiebreaker of Stacy versus Jervis. And David, Jervis really has some great freakouts here.
Yeah. And then later, I think
slapping himself silly.
And he did the same thing in Blood versus Water, too. I think later someone said, why didn't you use your poker face or something? And he said, that was my poker face.
Yeah, pretty sure if I have to eat a bug, there's no universe where I'm pretending I don't like it.
Mhm.
That's really bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Stacy has her moment of survivor glory. She beats Jervis, sending Pagong to tribal council. And now, Mel, what was interesting here is that BB before the challenge talks about a throw that he talks about well, I wouldn't quit the game, but I might want to engineer, and he's a civil engineer, that he might want to sort of orchestrate a way out of the game.
For a minute, I was shocked when, before the challenge, BB's like, I think we might want to throw this thing. And I was like, no, there is no way we get a challenge throw in episode 2 to get rid of someone. And then I realized the someone is him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I almost saw a little bit of Colton in him where it was like, he realized things weren't going his way. And he's like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. This is annoying. I want out. And then the story is that it actually was this huge deal, and Mark had to come out and try and persuade BB to stay. BB just wanted them to get him a helicopter and get out of here. But then Mark Burnett, the producer, told him, if you can leave, but you have to say, I quit. And BB said, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not quitting. This isn't a quit. So they made him go through the tribal council. And then Gretchen talks about online after the show how she thinks that he did end up changing his mind kind of near the end and he wanted to stay, but it was too late.
Too late.
Okay. Once you tell people, unless unless you're in the Amazon, once you tell people that you want to quit, you're pretty much done for.
Especially when he was probably high on the target list anyway. It's not like he was otherwise perfectly safe.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that people thought he was abrasive and authoritarian, and he didn't care. He wasn't going to change. He was the exact opposite of Rudy, which we had talked about in episode 1. He was like, no, all these people have to change for me. I'm not going to change for them.
Okay. So BB goes out in the second episode. In the third episode, we're going to see Sue and Kelly and Stacy go out fishing, talking about Rudy. And there's talk about this women's alliance. And Sue Hawk is playing a hard game where she's really feeding Stacy a bill of goods.
Yeah, I love it. I love that there's this strategy and deception going on in episode 3. I was not expecting that. And kudos to Stacy, who picks up from Sue, who Sue kind of didn't want to talk about it. And she's picking up, okay, if she doesn't want to talk to me about it, if she's not as thrilled about this idea as I am, she's probably not really that into it. And she was right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Meanwhile, over on Pagong, the tribe is down because they have no food, but they end up finding the mud volcano. A lot of mud volcano.
Mud volcano party.
Well, the mud volcano created the island, or so they said. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they said. So, yeah, they got to have their fun. Which I just was trying to imagine if BB were still there, he would have been a literal stick in the mud. He would not have let them go play.
Stick in the mud. Yeah.
Yeah. He would have been like, "You kids, get out of there."
Mm-hmm.
We got work to do. We got another shelter to build.
Yeah.
Add another floor.
Mel, we haven't talked a lot about Dirk. And, he does get a fair amount of airtime in these first couple episodes. And that he reads his Bible and he, talks about how he's a virgin. There's some comments about that he doesn't particularly like how Rich is talking about being homosexual, doesn't like having that around the camp. Any thoughts on Dirk?
I'm trying to find in the finale how I can't find it, but how Bryant Gumbel introduces him. It's like, oh, here's Gretchen, here's so and so, and here's Dirk, the Bible loving virgin. It's like this is Dirk's identity, I guess. But yeah, this is kind of going along with the Richard segment at episode 2, where it's just this is just what people talk about. Religion's a big part of people's lives. They're going to talk about it. Is this where we get the Rudy quote about how I'm religious, but all I'd use the Bible for is toilet paper?
I think that's another episode later.
Yeah, but I don't know why anybody would bring the Bible out here, except for maybe toilet paper.
Yeah.
Which just seems objectively wrong to me.
And I think he also starts, with I'm religious and everything.
Yeah, exactly. You are so bored on there. I don't care if this is a book if it's a dictionary, it is words and you want to read it. So it's just interesting that they're like, what? Yeah. Anyways, this is a big part of Dirk's personality. He talks about it a lot in confessionals. I'm sure he talks a lot about it on the island. And it's interesting because some of the people that give confessionals are like, I'm religious or I believe in God, but like, shut up, dude. Like, this is just it's a big part of it. And it really is just like a lack of social awareness. Like if you are religious, you kind of see that people don't always want to talk about that. And I guess he wasn't really able to pick up on that.
Yeah, it does seem like the idea of like we don't want to hear about Dirk in the Bible is sort of like a common denominator that unites the Tagi 4 alliance, David, of like Rich, Sue, Rudy, and Kelly. Like it seems like they are on the same page of like, yeah, we do not care for Dirk talking about the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't necessarily see as much of it from like Rich, I don't think, because Rich, like you said, he'll have the philosophical arguments, even though, you know, far as I know, he's an atheist. He wasn't arguing with Dirk or anything. Just, you know, okay, what you want to believe that? Fine. But yeah, Dirk was just being, you know, so much wrapped up in it that was his whole personality out there, it seemed, or at least what we saw. I mean, there was some other part, which is, you know, going out and fishing.
Yeah. And he had a crush on Kelly.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have
I didn't remember that. Yeah.
No, I didn't either, actually.
He's very fleeting.
Yeah. He's like, well, she has a boyfriend, so I'm just going to leave it alone. Yeah. Yeah.
Dirk was very fleeting too. But yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, the thing I remember most about Dirk is in the finale that he changed shirts every break.
Changes shirts a lot.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that.
Okay. All right. We have our first reward challenge ever in the third episode of the show. And we end up with fishing gear for the Tagi tribe.
It's a fishing spear and a mask and flippers. And I kind of like how like just kind of little these rewards are in future seasons. It's like you get a hammock and a pillow and a barbecue. And yeah, now it's like you are playing for a spear and it will be very helpful and you will like it.
Yes. Well, and it was, you know, I think, like I said earlier, I think that was the most important reward in Survivor history.
Yes, because Richard is going to go out fishing. Meanwhile, on Pagong, they are not as lucky. And there is so many rats and so much rat footage, Mel, that there are so many rats in Survivor Borneo.
I guess I like to talk about rat seasons. We got Natalie killing the rat.
Yeah,
we got
Natalie
these guys
killed the
killing
rat.
the rat.
Yeah.
I was shocked they had rat traps. Like that was a part of the thing they took off the boat. Oh yeah, we're gonna need these rat traps.
Yeah, and they use the rat traps for bait. What do you use rat bait for?
You take out its little rat guts and you fish with it. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought that's what they were doing on Tagi was catching the rats, cutting them up, and using them for bait. You know, well, obviously nothing was biting, so maybe it doesn't. You know, the fish didn't like rat, but.
Rob, I know you're not the biggest rat fan, but I would 100 times over rather have rats at camp walking all over me than like spiders and these giant caterpillars and creepy crawlies.
Would you rather have one rat, one giant rat kick your ass, or have keep your relationship with the rats as is?
I like my relationship with rats. They're fine. They can stay small. Bugs, on the other hand, I'll take a mosquito, I'll take a caterpillar, I'll take a spider all at once. I'll fight them off and then... Done.
Yeah. So what's the question? Would I rather have rats crawling all over me or spiders crawling all over me?
I guess so. Yeah.
What? I don't know.
No, it's a hard question.
Are they poisonous spiders?
No, you will not die either way.
I think I'd rather eat a rat.
Okay, that wasn't the question, but okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Tastes like chicken.
Yeah.
But yes, there's a lot of rat talk in the season, and I'm really curious how much of it was just that there's a lot of rats, and how much of it was like, oh, imagery. Oh, we can tie this in later.
Okay. We have the stretcher challenge. Ultimately, Pagong is going to win this one, and it comes down to: is it going to be Rudy or is it going to be Stacy?
Here we go.
Spoiler alert: it's going to be Stacy. David, this would be a big vote for after the show. It would come out there was a lawsuit that Stacy claims that the show and Mark Burnett were lobbying to get her voted out and not Rudy. And the reasoning was because that it would have been 3 of the most senior members of the cast in a row. And potentially that would have been bad for the CBS audience.
Yeah, I would think
an older crowd even then.
Yeah, I would think that the later seasons would prove that getting all the older people voted out first was not such a big deal to CBS and Survivor, and they didn't really care that much about it. But yeah, I mean, there was the part we saw on the show, and then the part we allegedly didn't. The part we saw on the show, you had Stacy saying that Rudy should go because he's ruining morale, which I found particularly ironic because after the season, he was probably the most well-liked player,
right,
by the audience,
right,
and by others. And even at the time, we saw her complaining, which, as I mentioned earlier, nothing hurts morale more than someone complaining all the time. And she even said, "Oh, we'll pull together better as a team without Rudy," which again, she had it backwards. But then, yeah, her lawsuit stuff. It was a lot. She did get Dirk to testify,
yes,
about this, and CBS released the testimony at the beginning of a long weekend.
Dirk brought his own Bible to swear himself in?
Probably, but it was a 205-page transcript, which I spent a long weekend reading, and
what year?
I don't remember.
Like recently or
no. Back when it happened, right when it dropped. They dropped it, and they dropped it because that was one thing that I was very noting in my review of it was, oh, look at CBS not just dropping it late on a Friday, but dropping this late on a Friday of a long weekend. Like they don't want anyone to see it. Well, here I am to read it.
You showed them
nothing but time.
I did. Now my opinions on this have changed since then, but because I think we were all a bit naive at the time. And so, Dirk testified, he admitted that there was no producer manipulation, but claimed that he had been influenced. And he made a big distinction between manipulation and influence. Now, looking back at it now, knowing what we know about how Survivor, Big Brother, other things work, my suspicion is that production asked questions, much the way it's done now, and Dirk took it as direction. So, for example, there could have been a question: do you think Stacy or Rudy will be of more help to the tribe? And he may have taken that as Rudy will be of more help to the tribe. There could have been a question: what would be a good reason to vote out Stacy? Because we know that they ask, like, I mean, you better than us, Rob, but we know they ask, like, what would be a good reason to vote out this person? And he may have seen that as a demand to vote out Stacy. And that could explain why he was the only one to have seen it this way, because she claimed that the producers approached both Dirk and Sean. Sean denied it, openly, outwardly, repeatedly denied it. The other members of Tagi said, no, it didn't happen. Mm-hmm. And so Stacy was left just with Dirk. Now, here is more about why I think it happened that way, because even in the Survivor book that Mark Burnett wrote, he quoted a discussion in which a producer was questioning Jervis in episode 9. And Jervis said, they keep talking to me about joining an alliance, but I'm not going to do that. And the producer says, why not? And he says, it's not the way you play the game. The producer doesn't say anything. Jervis says, it's not the way Jervis plays the game. And the producer says, is your way working? And Jervis says, no. And then he pauses and he goes, damn, you're right. And so that changed his mind. And after that, he ended up switching the way he was playing, which we'll get to at that time. But all of these were questions. Nobody was telling Jervis, you're doing it wrong. It was a question. And obviously, Mark Burnett saw nothing wrong with that because he put it in the book. And so yeah, that's where I think Dirk just did not understand what was happening here. And that's why he took it as differently.
Yeah. Rudy goes on to be, an icon of the game, maybe between him and Colleen for most popular personality that's in the season. People are, distraught when he doesn't win the season. So that, who knows exactly what happened, but Survivor ends up really being impacted greatly by Rudy staying in the game.
Yeah. Now, I mean, there were, I don't know if you want to go into them now or ever. There were other things that Dirk claimed.
Yeah.
Which to me in retrospect look pretty silly. He says production planted some of the tapioca and sugar cane.
Mm-hmm.
He claims that a challenge was biased against Tagi because their members were heavier and the canoe would have trouble holding water.
Mm-hmm.
He claimed that Mark Burnett knew Rudy from Eco Challenge previously, which Rudy and Mark Burnett countered and said, I spoke to a group of like 500 Navy SEALs that he happened to be there. Something, I passed him in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
He claimed a cameraman was sneaking food to someone in the Final Four. I think you mentioned Kelly earlier, but Dirk wouldn't have been around anywhere at the Final Four. So how would he have known that? And I just feel like everything was based on what he thought production wanted or did. And when I originally wrote about it, I said, well, why would Dirk lie? He's this good Christian. There's no reason he would lie. But one thing I've learned in the past 2 decades, I hope I've learned more than one thing, but in the past 2 decades in general, one thing I've learned is that people don't need to be intentionally lying to be wrong. And you can truly believe you're telling the truth and simply not understand that, no, that is not the truth. It happens all the time. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what happened with Dirk here. He believed he was telling the truth because he didn't understand the situation. And everybody else had a better grasp on it. Perhaps they were less naive, or they just really, didn't see shadows where Dirk did. And I think that's why you really only had, Dirk was the only support basically that Stacy had.
Okay. David, thank you for all that.
I'm glad I did not have to read a 205-page letter.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. All right. So Rudy stays. Stacy is gone. Okay. In episode 4.
Wait, Rob. I would be remiss if I did not bring up the Truth Conch, which makes a very short
appearance.
That
was episode 3. That was episode 3?
In episode 3.
Yes.
This is Jeff brings out the Truth Conch, and he says, when you hold this Truth Conch, you have to tell the truth. And I don't know why I didn't take off.
It's a one and done. Very quick. So I realizes, okay, this is this is not working.
I cannot bribe them to tell the truth.
Yes, a lot of bad weather in this episode, as we'll see when we get to the tribal council. I'm sorry, the bad storms was at the Stacy tribal council.
Yeah, Rob, about episode 3, I do want to also mention one other thing that became iconic, which is Kelly was the first person in reality TV history to utter the line, "I'm not here to make friends."
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we know that that's required on all reality TV shows going forward.
Yeah.
So, proper.
I was underwhelmed. Mike Bloom had mentioned that in a previous podcast of catchphrases. And I thought she was like, it was like going to be like a big, thing that was like emphasized. And it just seemed like a throwaway thing that she said. And then Dr. Sean basically said the same thing later on in the season.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, another important thing is that Susan said she can deal with personality conflicts, but she wanted to vote out the weak. And that is the first thing that you have to do is vote out the weak.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we should be giving credit to Stu Hawk for the rule.
Yes.
Okay. It was a bad rainy night. We saw that Pagong got very soaked throughout the night. They are going to ultimately redesign their structure. Gretchen doesn't want to do it anymore. We do see the origin of the nature phone, the coconut phone, Mel. So this is pretty iconic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I hear that he also used this in a tribal council at one point. He refused to get off of his coconut phone. He refused to answer Jeff's question until he was done with his coconut phone calls. So, yeah, Greg is great, but I can see why production maybe didn't love him. But yeah, no, the coconut phone will be whatever the opposite of preceded is by the Shane's BlackBerry. So as a first in a long line of Survivor phones.
Yeah, because you could text from Shane's BlackBerry. I don't
That's
think that the
right.
coconut phone could do any texting.
Could you text in 2000?
You could. Yes.
Okay. You just didn't have that technology yet on the island, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's not. Greg did not have it.
He was complaining about the reception, so it was rough.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ramona is ultimately going to be the focus in this episode, and I do think that these season 1 episodes do have like a very heavy visibility spike for the person who's going home. We do end up seeing a lot of their story, and I think the Ramona is somebody who really does get a raw deal. She's sick. She is somebody who gets branded as lazy by some of the members of the tribe, specifically BB, but other people here in her boot episode are going to do that. That she is going to be somebody that very sadly not the last African-American survivor who's going to be very easily labeled. I don't hear Colleen really referred to too much as lazy throughout the season.
It annoyed me when I saw her being referred to as lazy because she was clearly sick. And later on in the season, Jervis will brag about not doing anything, and so that's, I mean, it's still the lazy stereotype, but at least it comes from his own mouth saying, yeah, I'm purposely not doing anything. Ramona was sick, and, lying around because you're sick is not lazy. It's you can't. She couldn't put any food down at all. What did they expect her to do?
It's fine to be annoyed. Oh, Ramona's sick. She can't do anything. Like, that's fine. But to say she's like choosing not to do so, that was where it was not great.
Yeah. And just to touch on the laziness of Jervis, it's interesting because, I've watched Jervis back-to-back seasons. And so in season 27, Jervis has the same sort of ethos of like, well, why should I, do this if other people are willing to do the work? But he does it with Tyson as a partner in crime, and Tyson, who shares the same sort of worldview. I don't think that I recall Tyson being branded as lazy by other people in like any of the 3 Survivor seasons that he plays in, and maybe somebody will correct me on that, but it's very easy to call Jervis lazy, and I feel like the Tyson, who feels the exact same way about the game that Jervis does, doesn't get a lot of like, oh, Tyson is so lazy.
Yeah, I wonder if he's getting it and we're not showing it, or if he's better at pretending that he's doing things, or if it's just something that it's unconscious bias. Yeah.
So we're going to get the distress signal challenge. And I've seen a lot of these distress signal challenges over the 40 season rewatch. Mel, I had forgotten the distress signal challenges here in season 1.
This one was pretty good. They did like some decent, they got a giant smiley face and they got the big letters right on the beach. It's way better than some of the other ones we see in the future. And yeah, it's a great challenge. Like they balance these challenges of like, yes, you're doing this so that we have a competition, so we can give you a prize or immunity or something, but also like survival. Like this is a thing you'd have to do to survive. You have to make fire. You have to, okay, I guess they lose the plot later when they have to like collect mud, but yeah, they have to make a distress signal. And yeah, it's one of many challenges we see in this season that come back many more times.
David, let me tell you something that bothered me here in this distress signal challenge. I watched Survivor Palau, but 3 or 4 weeks ago. And when it was Oolong and Karor, that the drop master flew over and said, oh no, Oolong, they're not far enough away from the trees. This is much better. Karor is in an open area, and this is much better. I swear that the Pagong tribe, the winner is Tagi wins. That the Tagi tribe had the exact same setup as Oolong, where it was like, oh no, this is no good. Too close to the tree line.
And the smiley face or the writing?
Yeah, so Tagi is groggy.
Right.
Tagi is groggy, and people moving, and well, look, they're yellow.
So maybe the moving was the difference, but
and in their defense, if you look at the beach, they did not have much beef to work with. So maybe it was the fact that they were as
They're
far from
graded
the
on a
trees as they
curve.
could have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
for like, if you take a look, like do a side by side, like Oolong and Tagi had like the same, worked in the same kind of area.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, I think it was, I mean, you said grading on a curve. It was one against the other. And I'm sorry, a smiley face, as enjoyable, as funny as it was to see, that is not a distress signal. If I were,
Unhappy
flying
face.
over, right,
There you
yes,
go.
with, X's in the eyes or something like
Yes.
that. They had to up their emoji game.
It was 2000, David.
I know. Yeah, a smile. I mean, to me, it was more like a reflection of who Pagong is. We're having fun. We're just here to, make jokes out of everything. And, we're going to make a big smiley face because that's funny. Whereas Tagi worked on it. They debated, they planned, and, they figured out the best way to win the challenge. I think it's kind of a smaller version of the whole game.
Mm-hmm. And on that note, we're going to see some alliance talk come together, David, where finally there's going to be some mention of the alliance between Kelly and Sue and Rich.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Kelly, I already mentioned it. She complained so much before. She blamed Richard, compared him to the devil. And yeah, she wanted to be a part of this. And another thing she did was that she was now talking about how we really like Rudy. That's a quote. We really like Rudy. When one episode ago, she was conspiring with Stacy because they didn't like him.
Stacy was putting poison in Kelly's ear about Rudy.
But again, we see Kelly flip. And, it's so easy for her to do this. But then later she says, no, I would never do such a thing. And so it does play more into, that story, at least the story in my mind about, that Kelly was not the angel that she claimed to be. And so I do think it's funny that going back to the whole alliance concept that, she said she had to explain an alliance to us. The whole idea of an alliance is to make sure we're voting the same way. And then she added, keep yourself safe and keep in the majority.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, now obviously people don't need to explain that. But back then, yeah, this is the point of the alliance.
We're going to have a pretty physical immunity challenge in the 4th episode, which ultimately ends in a pretty humiliating defeat for Jervis, Mel, that he gets lost in the jungle.
Which one was this? They do a lot of running through the jungle. Was this like running to fetch things?
Yeah, he's like running around, and he can't find his way out. Ultimately, he gets just as like wandering around aimlessly. Tagi is going to win immunity, and we're going to see a second trip to Tribal Council for Pagong.
Yeah, we got a quote from Colleen. She says, I'm worried tonight because I'm not a challenge champion. So you're kind of getting to this point now where it's like, oh, these challenges are going to be physical. So they're going to if they're going to continue to be physical, then you're going to kind of start thinking about that getting off the week. And it's interesting that this starts right here at the beginning. Yeah. It's like, oh, if we need to win these challenges, then we need to kind of plan for that. And that takes I think that's probably the main reason to vote people off at this point. Like you started because they were annoying, and now you got rid of the couple annoying people, and now you got to find a new reason. And it's going to be because of the challenges.
We have a lot of relay races in the first half of
not
Survivor
super
Borneo.
Compelling. No.
Yeah. Ultimately, we're going to go to Tribal Council, and there's some discussion about who to vote out, and the relationship between Ramona and Jenna Lewis is on center stage, and Ramona talks about Jenna Lewis that she hasn't had a white friend in a long time. And her friend is Jenna Lewis, but Jenna Lewis is not impressed with Ramona. And Ramona's come around, but as Jenna will say when she votes, too little, too late.
A little too little, too late.
Yeah. She's going to have like disdain towards Ramona.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to she was sick. Give her a break. But I mean, and yeah, she was coming around, but you got to get rid of somebody at that point. And Greg was becoming more of a leader at that point. So probably they didn't want to get rid of his friend Colleen, even if she wasn't doing the greatest in challenges. And they certainly wouldn't want to get rid of Gretchen. And, so it just, you've been drummed in for 9 days that Ramona's not doing anything, then, it seems pretty obvious. Although I think Ramona said she was blindsided by it.
Yeah. Do you think we're already seeing the case of where you decide that you have to vote someone out, and so you start disliking them, like not on purpose, but just in your head, it's like, oh yeah, we got to vote Ramona. Oh, she's getting a little bit better and doing more stuff. Nope. All these other reasons we got to get Ramona out, just kind of like a psychological thing.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easier to, criticize like her work ethic and how she's not contributing to the camp. Ultimately, it's going to be Colleen, Jenna, Gretchen, Joel that vote for Ramona. Jervis and Ramona vote for Colleen, and Greg casts a vote for Jenna.
Oh, Greg.
Yeah, Greg's gonna.
Is this the first time we've said Joel's name?
Yes, it is. It will not be the last.
No,
okay,
I
good.
think something tells me we might be moving on to him soon.
Yeah. We got to episode 5, and I was like, "Who is this guy?"
Yeah.
So you feel like that there wasn't a lot of Joel content in the episodes, Mel?
Can't tell if you're joking.
No, I'm asking because I kind of felt like that this time through. I felt like that when Joel goes home, I feel like that he's the first of like the people that's like part of like the regular cast that we lose.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at the confessionals. He consistently gets 2 every episode until the one he goes home and he gets a whole bunch. So yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he was just like getting more generic things. Oh yeah, we're building this at the camp, and didn't really stand out as a character so much as just, like you said, a member of the cast.
Yeah, he was in opposition to BB, so there was he was there.
That power struggle.
Actually, I did mention him earlier because I talked about if we wanted, BB said if we wanted to build a health club, I'll talk to you. But that was the only time he came up, was the opposition to BB, really.
Okay. Well, Joel plays an important role here in the 5th episode, where we get the reward challenge that is billed as the first annual weapons shooting.
This is the greatest day of his life.
Yes. And so everybody has to practice with the weapons. And Suhawk, she is going to be the master of throwing the spear, so she can dog a guy out on national TV. It's a weird competition. What is there? A blowgun and there's a slingshot, but that really doesn't matter for anything. That's just
You're
like
just collecting fruit. Yeah.
You're just collecting fruit. That's like a mini game, a part of this reward challenge.
Yeah, it all comes down to a hero challenge, because everything else, if you're good at it, but your spear thrower isn't any good, you're helping the other tribe because you're getting more fruit for them. Which of course Jeff doesn't tell them until the end, but.
Yeah,
I was almost a little bit surprised that they got 3 spears, because we see this come back in future seasons, and it's like, all right, spear, you get 1 throw, like that's it. But they gave him 3.
That's it. We did the weapons challenge in the Amazon, so that it'll come back in different seasons. And so we get 3 shots of Sue versus Joel, but ultimately Joel is just gonna edge out Sue Hawk, and she's gonna be very disappointed. Because there's a mystery food prize as well. And it's 3 chickens, 3 egg-laying chickens.
Was it a mystery? Can't you hear chickens? Or do they have them like way off to the side?
I don't know. I don't know if you can. I mean, if they're covered, maybe not so much.
I guess so.
Depends how chatty they are, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
She handled the loss well, though. She was really wanting to beat him, and she was really confident in her throwing, and she practiced, and she lost, and she's like, darn, like, I really wanted to beat him, but I like how she handled it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just like how Pagong immediately knew these are not pets. These are food. We're naming them breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah. Jenna Lewis. Very quick with the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We get a package about Greg and his leadership and reluctant leadership, David.
Yeah. I mean, I remember more about the Greg Colleen stories, which started in this episode, than about his leadership. They went off into the jungle. Colleen's famous sarcastic statement about their relationship being all about sex, which, even though it was clearly sarcastic, the media would just jump on that. And, her immediate post-survivor life, that was it. Interviewer after interviewer wanted to know, what it was, what was her love life with Greg. And, Greg was just like, no, there was nothing going on. They didn't want to listen to him. Go ask Colleen. And so that's, more of the Greg that I remember from this episode.
Well, I would say that between the two of them, like they were both like kind of sarcastic, and like people would ask questions like, so like, is anything going on? And the way she answers is like, oh yeah, we're having so much sex. And then people are like, wait, so you are having sex?
Yeah.
And then it would be like, again, we just go in circles, like Greg's like, oh yeah, that's totally what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's great. That's a great way to handle the media, Just be like, oh, yep, definitely. It's like, I don't know if you're telling the truth, which is, they bring it up constantly. They bring it up in the reunion. So what was it? And they both say, yeah, well,
yeah. ...
Yeah. But I feel like they did not want this kind of attention. Like they played it brilliantly for that if you did want that kind of attention, like they should have just said like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Like both of them end up like running from the public eye for eternity.
I think they may have just overestimated the intelligence of the media and the American public. Because like you were saying, it was so obvious that they were kidding around. They were being sarcastic, and yet the questions just kept coming.
Okay. Rich has an encounter with a snake. Mel, would you say that Rich taunted the snake?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually if you encounter a snake, unless you're backing away slowly, I would say you're probably interacting with it and thus taunting it. You can't really have a pleasant, non-taunting interaction with a snake.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Especially when you're throwing it into the water.
Right.
Okay, well,
David,
yes.
Later on, Jeff tells us how
it's
very unlucky that if you taunt the snake, Joel taunted a snake and got voted out immediately. How did Richard win the show?
I don't know. That was in my notes too, for that exact reason, and that may have been the first time I noticed it in this rewatch. I don't remember for sure, but maybe that was the cause of all his tax problems. We thought he was okay.
Yes, okay. Future problems.
Yes, it was. It all comes back eventually because I mean, that you are right, because Jeff later would play every superstition as if it came true, and then when Rich won, they didn't.
There's a lot of that here in Borneo. Like they really try to make it seem like the island is a magical place. Okay,
they just needed to throw us off the scent of him winning. He said he was going to win, but then he taunted a snake, so now we're back to neutral.
In the immunity challenge in episode 5, we have Kelly versus Jervis, and of course, Kelly will lose to Jervis, even though she is a riverboat persona queen.
She's a water all-star.
Yes, and Jervis, the city boy who can't even swim, then Jervis will win.
They put so much
Don't let
stock.
that fool you.
They put so much stock into this. Oh, Jervis can't swim. How did he win a boat challenge? Because rowing isn't swimming.
Yeah.
Kelly's like, oh, so I lost to him, even though. Well, okay, her anger is valid because that's literally what she does. But
right,
the fact that he can't swim doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I bet if you can't swim, you probably want to be very good at rowing the boat.
Exactly, be very safe.
You don't want to be crashing the boat and then have to swim.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna lose Dirk here. I think this is kind of uneventful.
Yeah, I got nothing.
What is eventful is that this was the first time Jeff Probst asked about alliances at Tribal Council. And let me tell you, at the time, I was livid. Absolutely livid.
Go on, David.
I
Why?
called it. I said Jeff Probst is interfering with the game. He should not be talking about this. He should not be bringing up the term alliance. He should not be asking questions.
Oh, if we only knew it was to come.
Exactly. Yes. Obviously, my views have shifted significantly because at the time, I don't think we quite real, and I'm saying I'm speaking for myself, but also for most of the community that I knew at the time. We didn't realize that Jeff Probst was part of the game, and that Tribal Council was where he does exactly this. I was just Oh yeah, reading my old articles, it is pretty amusing how furious I was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. One more episode before we get to the merge here. Okay. We have some talk of Greg and Colleen as we're talking about how it's not a romance and it's just sex. We are also getting the first mentions of a merge. Now, Mel, this was like a big deal that people did not know that there was going to be a change coming. We've never seen this before. Eventually, these two tribes are going to be one tribe.
Yeah, I like that they kind of told them in advance and allowed them to plan for it and kind of prepare, because they talk about the merge in this episode, but then it happens the next episode, I believe. So.
Guys, it's the merger.
Merger.
The merger.
Yeah.
But yeah, it makes sense because, I mean, I guess coming into it, no one knew what to expect from the format. All that Jeff said at the beginning was they go to tribal every 3 days and vote someone out. And that was all the instruction we were given. So I'm curious at this point if people were thinking, okay, what happens when they all get voted out? Are we going to have two tribes of two people? And then what happens? So yeah, a merge makes so much sense to us now, but I guess it wouldn't if you hadn't seen it before.
Right. But the players all knew about it. It seems like much more then than now, everything was laid out. Like you are going to tribal council on these days. Here's when the merger occurs. Here's when this occurs, and it was much more laid out for the players, it seems.
So we have the first instance of Richard being naked on the island. And, Richard is talking about like, well, I like to be naked. Naked isn't sexual to me. And we see like, Richard is talking about that this is something that he likes to do. I do think this is interesting on a lot of different levels to discuss. Here we are, 21 years later. And, Rudy talks about like, I think that Rudy conflates him wanting to be naked with him being gay, which is certainly not the case. Rich happens to like do a lot of different activities that like he enjoys being naked. It'll come back up later on in the season. But I do think it is an interesting conversation in that in Survivor 41, if, contestant throwing a random name Billy decides today I'm going to go naked around the fire, I kind of feel like that they're going to shut that down.
Yeah. I think they absolutely would, with very good reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, there's a lot of talk about, it doesn't bother that this is just something that is normal for Rich. He likes to do it. But I think there's other people that are definitely uncomfortable with it happening, and people don't prefer it that it happens. And I do think that this is something that again, this is like, oh, well, we never had this happen before. This is wild. But yeah, I don't think that you would have anybody like sitting around the campfire naked. And there's some talk in the reunion show, but there were other people that were naked at other points during the season. And why are they so offended about Richard, being naked? And I think there was some question of, is it particularly offensive to some of the contestants because Richard is a gay person? And so it's a complicated thing to talk about.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only other season we see people being naked is in Worlds Apart. We got Max and Shireen. And it seems like in some cases it's just about convenience. I brought jeans and they're wet and I need to be. But yeah, sure. It's such a
couple weeks ago, it was a Shane in Panama.
Yeah, of course. How could I forget? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's so hard. Like
you're. And the Morgan tribe in Pearl Islands is going to go Morgan through the challenge naked. Yeah.
Okay, there's actually a lot more than I thought. So yeah, it's hard because you're on a deserted island. It's hot. You don't have many things. There is times where being naked makes sense. You're like living outside, but then combine that with the fact that it's just so much more of a game now, and people are going to use that as a game, and people would be afraid to speak up about being uncomfortable because of the game, and it's just easier to not allow it.
Yeah. David, Rudy is on board with the alliance at this point.
Yes. He realized that, you just, you got to get a little dirty.
Mm-hmm.
But so, yeah, he joined in. I don't remember. Was it this episode or last episode that he joined in? I can't remember exactly.
He says this episode, I finally went with this alliance. So
Okay.
I think this is where he decides. And again, we don't really see why. Was it just a tipping point? Was it, okay, I like these people enough? Was it he realizes he had to play the game? I want to know.
An ultimatum. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Either you or Sean is going to get voted off next. Like, all right, I'm in the alliance.
Yeah.
Okay. We have to talk about Cowgate.
Of course.
Okay. For some reason, Jervis has a story where he talks about later, and he will just describe this at Tribal Council later as says that he was sort of talking about how, you know, the dumb things that men and women do in relationships. Maybe this is part of Jervis's tight five of men be like, women be like.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, that's like a hacky stand-up comedy stuff.
Oh no, I'm showing my age.
Yeah,
if you're showing your age, Mel. What am I doing? Yeah.
But that you're showing your age by like you haven't heard. Yeah. And so Jervis says that, according to Jervis, that girls are the stupidest things next to cows, which I actually think the cows are pretty intelligent animals. No.
No.
So you're saying
they're not?
No, I'm kidding.
No. Pigs are
probably
smart.
Pigs are smarter.
Than chickens.
Yeah.
Smarter than chickens. Dumber
Yeah,
than
I would
pigs.
say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great, Jervis.
Yeah, not great. And then it was just interesting the way Jervis didn't take most of the heat for this, you know, because Joel was laughing and backslapping and got more blame, and then that leads into a montage of hearing about how he was mansplaining to the women things like how to cook. I'm not even sure mansplaining was a term yet.
It wasn't a term. Yeah,
but if it had been,
this is an appropriate use for
it. Exactly.
Well, what do you think that I know Joel is going to be branded as even Rudy calls Joel. You know, Joel was being male chauvinist pig.
Yeah,
he gets so offended by being called this too.
Oh yeah, but then he rolls his eyes, and then
Would you say that maybe maybe a more apt description for Joel would have been television's first mansplainer?
Probably similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard to explain because you just see a person telling another person how they think something should be done, and on the surface it's like that's just how these people interact, but it's you got to get into like the details of like how he was doing it, and it's like, oh, you're messing up the rice. Okay, I know it's so hard, but like here's what you got to do. And he was doing that to just all the women, and he just thought he knew all the answers. He's just like a classic like mid-20s guy with an ego, and yeah, it's really funny how much I'm not a chauvinist. I'm not, but he doesn't have anything to like, here's why I'm not a chauvinist. He's just like, no, that's a bad thing. I'm not that bad thing.
Well, and then to jump to the end, spoiler, when he gets voted out, he says that some of the girls had an inferiority complex. So they took his comments wrong. Now, we saw on a recent Survivor South Africa episode that if you're blaming the women for the way you acted, it really just proves their point.
Yeah. No. Hopefully he understands now what the problem was.
Yeah. Well,
usually if all of the women on a tribe have a problem with you, then maybe you should like think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
Mel, do you feel like this speaks to the strength of Jervis's social game and his aforementioned charm that he is able to completely just skirt out of the target here and have it land on Joel?
I think this is a lot about his character. I was hanging out with friends this week and I said something and my friend misheard me and they're like, did you say this? Like, I didn't expect that to come out of your mouth. And I was like, oh, no. Like you heard me wrong. So it makes sense where they're like, Jervis said this. And he's like, oh, well, okay, that was stupid, but I meant it this way. Like, and they're like, okay,
but Joel was laughing.
Exactly. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, Joel believes that. Okay, that makes sense with everything else we know about Joel. But Jervis said this. Let's give him a chance to explain because this doesn't line up with what I think about Jervis. So yeah, I think that you could call that social game. But I'm assuming that's just who he is a nice, respectful person.
What did Jervis say in the reunion? Something like, I made the comment, but Joel lives it. You know?
Oh, they got ooh. There was some stones being thrown at the reunion.
But I will say that it does come out of nowhere, where I don't think that there was a hint of Joel being in trouble with the tribe prior to this, and then the edit, they spend like 5 minutes just burying Joel.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't tell if that was just we need to find, like, explain the reason he gets voted out, and they just did it very linearly like that, or if it really was just Joel does suck, doesn't he? Let's get him out of here.
Not to mention explaining why, some of the women are moo.
Oh, to be fair, I think they only did that when voting for Jervis, though.
No, one did
Joel?
One did it in Joel's, at least. Okay. Yeah.
Jenna did it a couple times for Jervis, so perhaps it stuck a little bit more with her than with some of the others.
Yeah, it bothered her the most.
Yeah.
And then also, we had a weird nighttime challenge where they sent a can of dog food to the tribe. Mel, that I had totally forgotten about this, that the survivors eat dog food. This seems just like the producers are messing with them.
I don't know what the point was because the whole challenge was about, like, living at camp and, I guess, like, trying to find stuff, like, you have rations, but why would you ever have dog food?
Well, yeah, there's like a military barracks where it's like it's been, like, abandoned, and then I think this was like the producers were like, well, let's just see if they'll eat this. They ate rats. Will they eat a can of dog food? That'd be weird. But
oddly enough, the dog food grosses me out way more than the rats. The rats is
dog
meat.
Food is pretty gross.
The dog food, and I'm sure it's edible. It's like the animals eat it. It probably just tastes gross. But
even the survivors like, I'm good. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Gretchen, the survivalist.
Gretchen and Jenna ate.
They ate some cooked, and then they're both kind of like, I'm good. I'm good.
I had it. And it's fine.
Yeah.
But David, it is interesting that the World War II theme is here a little bit. I mean, it's mostly over these couple episodes, and I know that the U.S. Army, I believe, was a sponsor for the season. But across, like, especially like the back half of the pre-merge, that there is a lot of, like, we have the triage challenge. We have this challenge here with, like, the World War II bunker, and then ultimately we're gonna have what is it, the Green Berets come in.
Oh yeah.
So it is interesting. It's almost like a Palau light in terms of the theme.
I like it. It makes a lot of sense. They're, like, surviving on an island, and they're very heavy on the survival, which is something we kind of lose a little bit now. It's like, okay, 4 seconds at camp. Yeah, you know what? They have a shelter. They have food, whatever. Okay, challenge. Okay, strategy. And it's like, yeah, you know what? We don't want to hear all about all the surviving part because we've seen it for 40 seasons, but we want to hear about it. Yeah, it's like, it's hard to live out there, and here are people that are experts at it, and let's try and do what they do. And yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Ultimately, we're gonna see Joel voted out here. Any thoughts on Joel and his boot? I think that Jeff really is, like, laying into Jervis at this tribal council. Jeff's starting to get, like, pretty good at, like, trying to, like Jervis, I think a couple of times, like, puts his foot in his mouth at these tribal councils, and Jeff is, like, all over him.
Oh yeah, like the first time he does this, I think it was way back in episode 3, which is an interesting contrast between, like, nice Jeff is already going. So he asks who feels safe, and Jervis raises his hand, and Jeff's like, really? So why do you feel safe? And he just kind of continues. I don't know if Jervis is just kind of giving it to him, and it's easy for Jeff to be like, all right, you're going to give me some content. And he's already kind of picking out those go-to guys. But yeah, he has a little bit of banter with Jervis.
Yeah, and then he asks who doesn't feel safe, and Jervis raises his hand.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, to back step a little bit, Rob, before the tribal council, unless you want to finish the tribal council, but I wanted to talk about the immunity challenge for a minute.
Yes, the Snake Island operation.
Yes. So, to my mind, this immunity challenge was the key turning point in the entire game of Survivor. Not just the season, the game, the future, my life, your life.
Really?
Because Tagi won it by seconds. One person trips, and Pagong wins. Tagi goes in with 4 people. And the whole direction of the show depended on those few seconds. They get rid of Sean, so they lose. They get rid of Sean. And he wasn't an official alliance member, but of course, we'll talk about they use his alphabet strategy. And instead of Pagong being picked off one by one, it could have been the other way around. Now, maybe it wouldn't have been based on what we're going to talk about, but I mean, the Pagong players were still pretty unstrategic and naive in the ways they were playing. So maybe it wouldn't have mattered, but they also got annoyed with Rich later on and tried to take a stab at him. Maybe they would have succeeded if they had more numbers and Rich had fewer. And so, to my mind, those few seconds are just the most important thing that happens in that short time frame there.
Interesting. So just to play that out, so do you feel like that the show would not have been as popular had the Pagong alliance Pagonged Tagi? I feel like that the entire world is exactly the same, except we call it getting Tagied instead of getting Pagong.
Not as nice sounding.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't think we would have had someone like Richard. I don't know who would have won. I think it's possible Gretchen would have won. And if
I still think the next vote is going to play out the same. Like, I don't know what taking Sean away would change. It still seems like it's going to be a 4-1-1-1-1
right.
Right.
Well, because there's no point in the future where Pagong has more numbers. Like, there's no votes where it's like 3-2 or anything like that. Like, they always have at least one more person than they need because the other alliance isn't doing anything.
The Jenna vote is the one that I think that gets really interesting without Dr. Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I just think even in this episode, Pagong tried to form an alliance. They all, Jervis, Joel, Colleen, Greg, all discussed how they should stick together after the merger to vote against specific Tagi members, but Gretchen refused to go along. Now you go into the alliance, into the merge, and you're up 6-4, then does it matter what Gretchen does? If 5 of you get together, it doesn't matter what Gretchen does. You can vote someone out and Gretchen can do whatever she wants. Now, it may have been that they still wouldn't have been able to get together without Gretchen. That may have just blown up the whole plan. But I just, there's no way to know. I just feel like it would not have ended up the same way. We would not be living in, the same world that we live in now.
I actually strongly disagree with that about the Richard winning part, because sure, if that season may have ended up turning out that way and say Gretchen wins or whatever, we're still at this point. We still have the same winners in the past 25 seasons, whatever. The game gets to that point. Like, you see where it is now, and I don't think it's at the point where, Richard doesn't win season 1. The trajectory is completely off. The game is completely different. Like, especially, like, at minimum, we get Russell coming in the middle there and throwing everything like crazy.
I mean, maybe you're right.
We would have won then.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw something
Richard
like that.
Broke the game for me.
We saw something like that on Survivor Australia, not the Australian Outback, but the first season was very, anti-strategy, and then more strategy developed. Although I still think they're heavy on the, muscles. But
mateship.
Maybe I'm just maybe I'm more taking my own situation because these rules are based very much on Richard winning.
That's fair, yeah.
And so Gretchen wins.
At the very least, David's rules would be radically different.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yes. And so
you might have to wait until season like 6 or something.
I know.
Maybe Rob could have won, and then they could have been Rob's
maybe I would have
rules.
won then.
Yes. Yes.
All Richard's fault.
So I mean, I just
stupid Snake Island.
Yeah. I don't know how people would have taken it. I mean, if Gretchen wins, then without an alliance, then do people think that alliances are good? I don't know.
Okay. Well, we will talk more about the alliance and the back half of the game. When we talk about the post-merge of Survivor Borneo. Of course, that we will take a short break in just a moment. But I also just want to highlight that we'll answer some feedback questions as well in the second half of this podcast. But of course, be sure to check out our patron feedback show coming up on Thursday this week. Jay DeBro and Jacob Sager Weinstein will join me to continue our discussion of Survivor Borneo and answer more of our questions. That's going to be coming up on Thursday in our patron podcast feed, so be on the lookout of that. Still, a lot more to talk about after we take a quick break. A lot of fun so far talking Survivor Borneo. And we'll be back in just a couple of moments for the second half of Survivor Borneo right after this. And we're back to talk more about Survivor Borneo. Here we got the whole post-merge coming up and a major Pagonging on the way. So let's talk about the episode that seemingly gets brought up in every episode of the RHAP B&B, episode number 7 of Survivor Borneo. David, do you remember where you were the night Gretchen got voted out of the tribe?
I'm going to say in this room, on this couch, but at the other end of the couch, facing the TV.
Yeah. An important night, a night that the innocence was lost in the game of Survivor, because it was really the night that really came to show the viewers that, yep, the alliances are going to ultimately decide this thing.
Yeah, I mean, Sue said it. The real reason Sean's not in the alliance is Sean is dumb.
Straightforward.
Yeah, well, that's Sue.
Yeah.
And Sean even told Gretchen that they changed their mind about alliances. Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
And Rich, of course, we talked about this earlier, that Rich said ethics and morals have nothing to do with alliances. That making a promise and standing by it is actually ethical.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's talk about this episode 7, and we find out about that there is going to be this merger, and we spend a lot of time on the setup of the merger. We get Jenna and Sean as ambassadors, and there's some fun ways that this is cut back and forth, where Jenna gets a tour of the Tagi camp and Sean gets a tour of the Pagong camp, and eventually they're gonna meet for dinner at the end of the day. Mel, this is just so fun.
Yeah, it is fun. Except that they are constantly trying to push showmances, or whatever you would call them back in this day. It's like, the Greg and Colleen thing. Oh, now here's 2 young single people, and we're giving them lots of wine. And even Jeff makes it all weird. He calls Sean a gentleman because he pulls the chair out or something like that. But yeah, no, it was really fun to see them get together, and it was extra fun that they didn't tell the tribes all right, we're taking them. That's all you get to know. And then at nighttime, it's are they coming back? Do we need to save them dinner? What's going on here?
Yeah. Are they debating it? Is it really that much of a debate, an argument?
It's interesting also when they go to the camps that Richard Hatch is asking Jenna Lewis, so what rumors have you heard about us?
Yeah. What's up with that?
Mm-hmm.
Production.
Well, yeah. There's a whole
we do a whole other podcast about this.
Well, I mean,
did you write an article about this?
Oh, well, I'm sure I covered it at the time, but I wrote plenty of notes for now, because it goes back to some of what Dirk had claimed, that there was information being passed back and forth, because I was reminded, and then as I watched, that each tribe did at various points seem to know a little bit about what was going on. Now, Dirk would say Mark Burnett would go to the different camps and tell them. If that's true, no, Mark, bad. You should not have done that. But I don't know if that's
I heard a rumor.
Situation. Yeah. Yes. Because they were seemingly getting information about each other throughout. Before the merge, Colleen mentioned that there was a rumor that Tagi caught stingrays. Sue later commented that it was a Pagong day where they sat around and didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly talked about Pagong playing in their mud volcano. Now, did someone pass along information, or were there discussions before challenges? I mean,
I think it's that. I think that there's talk before challenges. Because I think that they it mentioned even that about Jenna Lewis is she's always talking all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. That's what I came to conclude also, because even, you're right. I can't see a cameraman, bitching to one of the players. Oh my God, I cannot handle when I'm over there filming, because that Jenna will not shut up.
Mm-hmm.
And then putting that in the show where it's we heard this rumor, if that's what the case was, they probably would have wanted to keep it quiet.
And that's exactly it. Why, yeah, if they thought they were doing anything wrong, again, why would they have put it in? So clearly they didn't think they were doing anything wrong. And they were, this was how they heard rumors. But at the time, we didn't know that. Now we know that, when they come into challenges, Jeff asks them both questions. Now, in this case, they might have just been milling around talking to each other before the challenge started. And that may have been where the rumors came from.
This specific rumor is a little weird for that, though, because, so Rich asked Jenna things they have heard, are about that. So it's if they're all hanging out as groups, then how would that, they would have heard it from them. So
yeah,
where
this
else?
to me sounds like it was a producer is like, hey, I hear they have an alliance over there.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we end up with Sean and Jenna going to the summit. And boy, they really did want something to happen here with 4 bottles of wine.
That's so much wine, especially for people that have nothing in their stomach.
Yeah.
And they got this fancy accordion music, and they got a big tent for them.
Fancy.
2 beds that could be pushed together if they wanted.
Are there ever 2 beds you can't push together?
Really big and heavy? I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Well, if they're not the same height, I guess.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. So we get everybody together. This is exciting. Merger.
Yay, merger.
Yay.
First merger ever. They don't have a feast, right?
Just those 2.
Well,
no,
yeah.
it doesn't look like it. It does not look like that the merge feast came into play until the Australian outback. And everybody is getting along. And one of the most interesting things to watch here in these next couple of episodes is the Greg and Rich dynamic, Mel, where this is these 2 are really sizing each other up.
Rich is just enamored with Greg. And how could you not be? Greg is so interesting. We don't ever hear a lot about Rich from Greg, do we? It just kind of seems Rich talks about, and I guess we're hearing it from Rich's perspective because he's kind of narrating the story here, and Greg would just kind of be random spurts because he doesn't really, he's not really a leader the same way that Rich is. So he's just kind of fallen into that position. I don't know what Greg thinks about Rich. You might just think that he's a cool guy.
I feel like, and I don't have any specific notes on this, but I feel like he said something about, Rich's sneaky or Rich, he
said Rich is playing a big game.
Yeah.
Bit.
And then of course, the other thing that Greg said that I did take specific notes on because it has always stuck with me, not about Rich in particular, but he said, if people are fear and self-preservation motivated, they'll band together, they'll form alliances, they'll start beating people out to try and get rid of the strong ones, to get rid of this and get rid of that. If that happens, I hope they'll vote me off really soon. That to me is really boring. And then because they weren't great at editing yet, in probably what was the rest of that statement an episode later, he added that game is that's the type of game is the worst that he can imagine. Which, a lot of people still think of Pagonging is the worst type of game. But I come at it, as I said earlier, that, it's a game and each player should be trying to win. So that's how they should be viewing it. Greg came at it as this is a game where I want to have fun and who cares who wins. So,
yeah, I felt like it was a little sour grapes at that point for Greg, who realized sort of the writing was on the wall at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about that in the evolution of strategy a bit, where it's kind of is this really what Greg was thinking, or did he kind of see, they have an alliance and I can't get an alliance, so let's just say the game is stupid.
Yeah.
But I also feel like on the other hand, he probably could have made his way in there and say, hey, Rich, let's do something, and it could have worked because no one else on that alliance tried that. So I don't know if he would have been brought into the fold necessarily, or if Rich would have just kept him safe as long as possible, but he seems to just kind of give up from the jump.
But Sue didn't like him. She said that he's psychotic. Rudy was clearly no fan of Greg. So I think it would have been tough to, Rich would have really had to move heaven and earth to ultimately make it work for him. I mean, we're not there yet, but when Greg gets voted out and he gets up and he acts like he's crying, but it's almost like to say oh, you want me to care, but I don't. So I'm going to pretend I'm so upset because I'm really not so upset. I feel like, I think he did want to win the show.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, Gretchen said some of the same things. She said at tribal council that for people who are strategically playing the game, the strategy has changed from keeping the strongest in your tribe to getting rid of the strongest, which of course means what? Vote out the strong.
Yeah.
So we had Sue vote out the weak and we had Gretchen vote out the strong. So, and then, prototypical merge boot there. But
I really just continue to be amazed at how much stuff I didn't think was present in this season, but is. Like, there are all these same tropes that we hear 40 seasons later. And yeah, you get rid of the weak first because you need to win challenges. Then you get rid of the strong because they're threats. And it's like, they didn't have alliances, but they did kind of figure out the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
You're making David so happy right now, Mel.
It's not moving up any slots yet. But
right there.
Yes. So the tribes, I feel like this is like a trope of a lot of the early seasons of like whatever, like the first night of the merge is like people tell like really like raunchy stories.
And Rudy is not a fan as
Rudy. I don't really know what that, like I kind of get it in the Amazon. Like it's like, all right, the men and the women weren't together, but it's like all these other seasons, it's like, hey, want to hear all my crazy stories?
Do you think that's a little bit because they were doing so much talking at challenges and stuff? So it's like they've done the pleasantries, they've done what do you do for work and things like that. And it's like, all right, now we're all together. They didn't have wine. Maybe Sean and Jenna were still drunk, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just a bunch of young people around a campfire and you talk about sex stories. Is that what the kids do these days or those days?
I mean, I feel like Africa, it's the same sort of idea that I feel like they're playing like Never Have I Ever and like raunchy stories are coming up. Either way, Rudy doesn't like it.
No, which, I mean, to me, I thought it was funny. Rudy was the military guy. And the stereotype of the military guy is not someone who doesn't tell raunchy stories, And then later, I think on the reunion, he'd say something like, well, I hang out with other SEALs. We never swear, and I had fully admit that my whole understanding of the military is probably based on TV and movies, but not swearing and not telling raunchy stories, falls outside of my understanding of that situation.
Yeah.
I also have to mention that Rudy just calls the whole merge a pain in the ass. It's just such a Rudy thing to say.
He doesn't
I liked it better when all these people were out of here. I didn't have to feed them twice as much. I had room
now
in the
there's
shelter.
more mouths to feed and got to make more rice. So
there's a whole segment but the shelter where I guess he's like getting up during the night and kicking people in the head. And they're like, oh, like, Rudy, that's my head. He's like, I don't care.
That's my spot.
You're in my space.
Yeah.
Only Rudy could get away with that.
Yeah.
Yep. I will say that when they eat rice in this season, they are eating like gigantic bowls of rice. I thought they have huge portions of rice.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually, because they have like whole coconuts full and they're talking about being hungry. And I'm like, yeah, you guys are not among the, because, the standard thing is future survivors always talk about, in my day, we didn't have this much. Yeah, Survivor Borneo, they can't say that because they had way more rice than anyone.
They didn't know how far they could push it.
Yeah, it seems like they had too much rice here and then they overcompensated in the next season. But in the Oral History of Borneo, which I checked, is by Martin Holmes, he talks about how they actually had a quote unquote unlimited amount of rice. They just kind of like, the crew didn't know how much they needed, so they gave them rice. And I guess at times there was even shortages of food for the crew, and they shared rice with the crew. So they really it was not sort of a rationing, if this is true, of course.
Well, that's interesting because I feel like that there is one point where they talk about how much rice they have left. So I don't know if maybe to start, maybe they had unlimited rice.
Maybe before the merge they did, or maybe they just didn't know what would happen. Like, it's like, what happens if we run out of rice? And they didn't get an answer. So it's like, okay, well, let's not eat it all then in case the answer is you're out of luck.
Yeah. I mean, that would not necessarily be a picnic to just be stranded on an island with like all the rice you can eat.
No.
Like, I think you would get bored of it. But there's like one point where they're counting out like Ziploc bags of like, oh, that's all the rice that we have left for the entire game.
They have a lot of rice left compared to where we see some other tribes in the future seasons.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we have our first individual immunity challenge. We have the immunity talisman.
Yeah.
Mel, we don't ever call it the immunity talisman anymore.
Should we? Is it better than the necklace? Little talisman? Is that better?
Necklace is better.
Yeah. Yeah, talisman was cute. My favorite part of this is they're just all kind of like sitting with their legs swinging in the water. Jeff's right there with them. He's got his hand on the old idol and he's wearing the talisman. And he's like, this is what you guys are playing for. And they're all just hanging out by the water.
Yeah.
Jeff's just one of the guys.
Yeah, so we hold our breath underwater, and then there's a second part of it. Ultimately, Greg is going to win immunity, and we go right to Tribal Council. And the show does not prepare you, David, for what is about to happen.
In terms of them shooting their votes all over the place, you mean?
No, in terms of it being Gretchen. I mean, there's not a lot there. There's not a lot to say. Like, we don't get any word from Tagi about, okay, this is what we're doing tonight. They don't see it coming. We're going for Gretchen. You know, you really go into that merge vote not knowing what's going to happen.
Yeah, which is interesting because I think you mentioned earlier that they had been focusing pretty heavily on certain people.
Yeah.
You know, when it was Ramona's time, you knew it. When it was BB's time, you knew it. When it was Joel's time, you pretty well knew it.
She's probably one of the people that does not get a big visibility spike in their boot episode.
Yeah. And I guess they wanted the audience to be as blindsided as Pagong was.
Do you think it's also just because it's the merge episode? There's so much to fit in there, and they couldn't really have their typical storyline.
Yeah,
they had to get all the lobster eating and the wine drinking.
Of course.
Yeah, I just don't think there was a lot going on with Gretchen, but yeah, it's as big of a surprise to her as it is to anybody. When they ultimately give her 4 votes, all at the end, she said, "Oh my God, it's me."
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a, like, that's when everyone realizes, like, oh, there's an alliance. Well, not everyone.
Well,
we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But so many people realize, like, oh, there's an alliance. Like, oh, we messed up because, like, yeah, this is a crazy vote. How many ones is there? 4 to 1 to 1 to 1.
Yeah. So it looks like 7 different players get votes.
Wow.
That has to be a record, right?
That's definitely a record.
I mean, is there another tribal council where 5 different players get votes, let alone 7?
Unless you count like advantage get-in councils where people keep changing being immune. That's kind of an asterisk.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of thing that I would have expected on the basically pre-game vote of Blood versus Water that that you covered last week, where if there truly hadn't been any pre-game discussions, then you'd have expected something like this with votes going off in every direction. But even they, before the game began, had more cohesion in voting than this group did.
Yeah. So it is Gretchen, Colleen, Richard, Susan, Jervis, Jenna, Rudy all get votes here at this tribal council. Yeah, only Sue, Kelly, and one other person don't end up. Yeah, I guess Greg. Greg because he what was immune.
Well, Sean didn't get a vote.
Sean didn't get a vote also. Okay.
Sean does introduce us to his alphabet strategy here, though.
Yes. Colleen is the person. So yeah, Mel, when I watched this for the evolution strategy, I really came away with the idea that Sean was in on this. He's a smart guy, that he knew what was going on. This was sort of like a wink that he was trying to, help out Tagi, but no, he says that was not the case.
Oh, I feel like we're gonna have a big discussion about this because David, I feel like you have strong feelings on whether Sean was.
Could you think that because of Twitter? Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, I was trying to remember where I saw it.
Yeah, you had a tweet thread about this, David?
Well, no, it's just some people had mentioned it, and I basically said, nah, Sean was an idiot. But someone did mention to me, someone DM'd me who I frequently message with on Twitter and said, yeah, and evolution of strategy. I just re-listened and Rob said that, Sean was really on board and doing this on purpose. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. I disagree with Rob on that one then.
Yeah. I mean, I asked Sean himself and he said that it was not the case. I asked Richard Hatch and he said that it was not the case, but I just really felt like at the time, maybe there's something there. I mean, the man is a brain surgeon, no?
Well, yeah, but I think that after it went so wrong so many times, he tried to rationalize it. He talked about it in the reunion. He talked about it in one episode.
Mhm.
But before that, he was literally voting and saying, oh, this won't make a difference. There's no reason to lie to the camera then. You know,
Yeah, go ahead, Mel.
I was going to agree with what you said in the evolution of strategy, which was that he had incentive to lie to the camera and that he wanted to be this good old boy who was just having fun and voting out people and not hurting anyone's feelings. So it's going to be so hard to determine whether like he thought of this idea and was like, oh, okay, it works both ways. It can be strategic and I can play it off, or whether it was truly just 100% playing off or 100% strategic.
Yeah, I think that he admitted in my conversation with him, and you have to go back to the archives to check that out, that he he knew that this was like to go like win over the audience and not be seen as somebody who was a villain on the show, because he had like aspirations of like being like a TV host and didn't want to come across as negative. It probably is not the case that he was like complicit in trying to get out the Pagong tribe by using the strategy.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, there were just a couple times when he seemed so, unless he's a really good actor, which I don't think he is.
I think he went on to be an actor, actually.
Well,
things.
Yeah. But like I said, really good actor. You know, he just seemed so upset when he realized what had happened, that, you know, he was just thinking he would do this and he'd come across as a good guy. And yeah, sure, their names were in the beginning of the alphabet, but their names aren't under consideration. No, it's just they hadn't told you, you know, that they were using you. And so that's why he eventually had to abandon it, because he just realized he was being used.
All right. After Gretchen is gone, Pagong is trying to pick up the pieces, figure out what happened. And there's even some debate as to whether or not there really is an alliance. Mel Jervis says, well, if it happens again, then there's probably an alliance.
Oh, Jervis. Colleen has a great confessional in a few episodes where she's like, well, if it happens a fourth time, then Jervis might consider it. Because I guess this is kind of an opinion that he continues to hold a little bit. It's just refusal to believe that anything could happen.
Yeah. And then, you know, Sean also said there was no good reason other than strategy to vote Gretchen off.
Ta-da! You figured it out!
Now, there is one strategic discussion I want to bring up here.
Yes.
Because, you know, this may be the most important quote from the episode. Because Jenna said Pagong had 4 and Tagi had 5. So they do have a voting block on us, whether we see it or not.
Yes.
Now, in the past, I have pointed to a different quote in the season for the first time we hear the term voting block. But in rewatching it this time, this truly appears to be the original. So, you know, I know Stephen is watching this and he will be very dejected.
He never misses the podcast.
Right. Now, the only thing is, I'm not sure if Jenna was using the term properly, because it was kind of weird the way she said it.
We only can assume so.
You know, so if not, then it's when Rich says to Rudy in episode 11, Kelly's trying to look as if she's not part of the voting block. But twice in this season, the term comes up.
Okay. Good to know. We're going to get, speaking of Jenna Lewis, she gets credit for voting block. She will not get a video.
No.
Oh, yeah, we're at this point. Rewatching it, it is so cruel that Jeff waits until the end. So everyone's getting their videos.
Yes.
Okay, you watch your video, and then it's Jenna, I'm sorry, after she's been looking forward to it for 20 minutes or however long these other videos take. You should have told her right up the hop. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah. You know, just like when we talk about like the turnaround time of like this was only like 10 days earlier, like I always thought that this was like more of like an epic screw up. Like I have to feel like that the timing to get the video out, like this must have been like a bang bang thing of like that they thought of it, called the loved ones like, hey, can you make a video? All right, FedEx it to this place, like to get it out here, like you know, to get it out. It's not like they could have just uploaded it to the internet at this point. And so they have to manually like get the VHS tapes to them in the South China Sea. You know, it's a miracle anybody's tape got there, David.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know, did everybody even have video cassette recorders back then of that type. I mean, I remember my father had this big shoulder thing. I think I may still have it in a closet down here. I don't remember if those were still the thing or they had the hand ones at the time. I don't know. It, after a couple decades, it all just blurs together. But yeah, I mean, if you don't have one handy, well, actually, you know what? I do remember now because my kid, the age of my kids, and I did borrow a smaller one when they were born. So the smaller ones did exist. Whether or not Jenna's mom had one, and could get it out there in time, I don't know. But one strange part of this episode related to that was that several people talked about how much she missed her daughters, and Jenna said she could go see them if she was booted, and Greg mentioned it, but and several people voted for her because of it, but she couldn't leave. I mean, even if she had been voted off,
she's on the jury.
Yeah, she was on the jury. She would have had to stick around anyway. So that wouldn't have worked, guys.
Yeah, they didn't think it through. It was the first season. They're not thinking fourth dimensionally.
Yes.
So Greg is going to win this. We talked about this on one of the wildest loved ones visits lists with Mike Bloom, and we get to see this wild video from Greg's sis.
I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, me neither. I'm
like, I would consider myself a strange person. That was weird. It was just like saying random things, but it didn't seem like it was for the sake of being random. And it's like they both were just trying to skeeve each other out, which is an interesting relationship.
They
might have been talking about incest.
Yeah. According to Rudy. And he got to send one back, which was sending the video back was really funny because Rudy has another great comment there, which is just, would it be helpful for you if we killed him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rudy and Greg were not on the same wavelength.
No.
Yeah. All right. We're going to get a ropes course here with Jervis winning immunity. And ultimately, Greg is going to go home at this vote. But this is interesting in that Jenna Lewis is also going to vote for Greg here at this tribal council. It's like, if you can't beat him, join him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this was, I think this, was an interesting tribal council for other reasons because you had Kelly starting this episode by noting it's a game. You can't take it personally. If you came to have fun, you should have gone to summer camp. But by the end, she's saying, I feel like a backstabber. I feel like a liar. It was easy to say nothing personal until she became friendly. And so we start to see Kelly's turn.
Yes. Well, Jeff is also going to ask them point blank about the alliance. That Jeff asked a question to Sue Hawk. He says, Sue, straight up, is there an alliance? And she's like, no alliance. Just voting out people that getting on your nerves. So she denies it. And then Jeff asks Kelly the same question. And she says, do I have to answer that?
Yeah.
Like,
neither of them were really good liars. And again, I was livid when this originally happened. I was, even when I wrote when it aired against the Olympics, I wrote a series of retrospective articles, not full recaps, but kind of like, knowing what we know now, here's what we can see in each episode. And so I was like 20 years ahead of my time there. But I laughed because I saw that I had written, hopefully Probst won't ask such questions in the next run of the game, but I wouldn't count on it. So I was
called your shot.
That's right. I was, dead on there. But as I said, I've changed my view and gotten less naive in those years.
Yeah. All right. So we lose Greg at that tribal council, down to only 3 Pagongs, but that doesn't mean that it won't stop them from mounting a counter offensive before they really get like one last gasp here. And so the next episode starts off with Rich and Kelly talking about Jeff Probst and the types of questions that he asked. David, who was more mad about this, Rich and Kelly or you?
Well, I would hope it was Rich and Kelly, since they were there and it was really hurting them, and I'm sure they didn't expect it. But I was right up there probably at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they're just gonna lie to Jeff. That's it.
Yeah.
But what could they have said though? Like, what was the best answer? Yeah, we have an alliance. Like, is that what he wanted?
I think he just wanted. I think he got what he wanted, which was Sue and Kelly being stunned by the question. I think that because today to expect that, and at tribal council you're going to be asked these questions, but at the time nobody knew that, and so I think that probably the reactions that he got are what he was looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how you would answer that question if you got asked that in Survivor 41. It's like, David, is there an alliance?
I guess
yes, there is.
That Greg and Colleen answer. Oh yeah, big alliance.
Big alliance. Oh, everybody's just strategizing. Everybody. Yeah. You wouldn't believe how much strategizing is going on, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I think today they'd probably say there are several alliances, and the key is to determine which alliance is going to be the majority. And
the non-answer.
Yeah, I guess everybody's kind of become like press secretary of being able to they're gonna get maybe that was the first press conference was like this, where people are like, we'll get back to you. We don't know how to answer that question. Everybody's very polished now. Okay, let's see. Richard Hatch is going to be catching a lot of fish, and this is a fun character scene. Mel, where Rich catches so many fish, he's so happy, but then he gets very upset about how Rudy does not do a good job of cooking it, that the fire's not hot enough, but then it's too hot, the fish get burnt, some of the fish are undercooked.
Again, I want more context for here. I want previous episodes of Rudy being the cook and, this fish was cooked perfectly. Like, is this his job? Normally, was Rich having a bad day? Like,
Rowdy Rudy's kitchen.
Yeah. Because they seem to get along fine, and I don't know. I guess maybe Rudy made a mistake and wouldn't admit it, and they got into a little grumpy fight. And is this where Rich says, "Well, fine, I'm not gonna catch some more fish then"?
He's taking a break. He's taking a break.
So they appreciate it again.
Yeah. David, it seemed unusual that the complaint was that all at once that the Rudy does not make a fire that's hot enough, and he also burnt the fish.
Well, I think they actually said this in there, that it wasn't hot enough. They put the fish on, so it was raw over here, and then they stoked the fire and it flamed up. I mean, I think we've all had barbecues where that's happened, where you've got it going, and then something happens and it flames up, and you've got something that's torched on one side and raw on the other side. So
yeah, I think that's fine though. I think that's like seared tuna.
Yeah, people pay a lot of money for that.
I don't know if stingray it tastes quite the same.
Seared stingray.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're gonna have a what is this one? The other ropes course where Colleen is gonna win this one.
Yes.
Collect all the numbers and Colleen wins.
Right.
And this
is just beats Kelly at the very end.
And
this
then
is a first.
Jenna. Yeah.
Well, this is a first because Jeff says to Colleen, like, all right, Colleen, well, you won this reward and it's better to share. So, all right, who do you want to share the reward with? And she says, everybody.
Yeah.
So cute.
Yeah. Now, Monica Culpepper did that last week. That was fine. But just like, no, you can only pick one person. And so I think there were letters that were involved. So Jenna Lewis gets picked, but they get to talk. I couldn't really tell. Mel, is Jeff Probst doing the barbecuing?
Oh, I didn't even see that. I was too focused on his phrasing because he said they're going to have a good old-fashioned American barbecue. Look at all this stuff here. I heard no fixins. I was hoping you'd say
No, he didn't. Yeah, that didn't get invented yet. David, could you tell, was Jeff operating the grill?
I can't remember. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he was so much more active in the season. So they certainly wouldn't have Rudy operating the grill.
There you go.
So.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing.
No.
When I lived in a house with Rudy, I don't think we let him cook. I don't even remember what he ate. I'm trying to think. Then we went out for most of the meals. Anyway, so we're gonna see Jenna and Colleen. They have an idea. They're gonna try to get Jervis and Sean. Gonna be get them, and we're down to what, the final 8 here. That's 4. That's at least enough to tie it.
Yeah, and this is where that conversation I mentioned earlier happened, where Jervis suddenly realized, the light bulb went on, that, oh my gosh, yeah, maybe I should be in an alliance. Yes, Jervis, maybe you should be. Maybe you should have been when the numbers would have actually made sense. A little bit late here.
Yeah. Okay. It's Richard Hatch's birthday, a famous day in Survivor Borneo, David.
Turns 39.
39, an important Survivor Day also.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And Richard's birthday is April 8th. So that tells us where we are in the real time. Okay.
I didn't realize that. One of my sons, same birthday.
Oh, okay. Hopefully he spends his birthdays clothed.
He does. He definitely does.
Okay. There's some talk about that. Rich had said that, okay, on his birthday, this is how he wanted to spend his birthday. Everybody's weighing in on Richard's birthday suit. Not a crowd pleaser.
No.
Shocker. It's funny how Jenna comments. She's like, if you just had something to cover the butt crack, like that would be fine. And I'm thinking, really? Like that's everything else is fine. The butt cracks you wear, you kind of draw that line. So yeah, not everyone's favorite thing, but they seem all used to it at this point. Like, oh yeah, there's Richard doing his Richard thing.
Yeah. But the fact that Richard was naked on the show, David, that was also like huge, like water cooler fodder. Like I feel like that was something that was also like a viral thing about the season.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was definitely a topic. Now, do I remember exactly how it was being discussed? No, because I didn't write a whole lot of articles about how naked he was, but
very naked.
Yes, very as naked as you could be. But it was definitely a topic of conversation, and again, it helped bring in more viewers, not to see him naked, but to see the guy who was crazy enough to be naked on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The alphabetical order is going to loom large here today. Okay. We're going to have in this time around, Jervis is going to win immunity. Now, it would have been Jervis alphabetically.
But he saved himself and he comes out of rotation.
Yes. Okay.
Bonus perk.
One of 2 individual immunity wins for Jervis Never Nervous Peterson. He wins 1 in each season.
Yeah, and this one, won him immunity for several more votes because it took him out of the alphabetical order. And, but, then we get Sean, and I had talked about this earlier, Sean saying, although Jenna's next in line, he wouldn't vote for her if his would be the swing vote.
Of course.
They're not going to tell you that, you dummy.
Yeah. So do you think he did not know this was coming?
By the look on his face at tribal council, I do not think he knew. He went up there, he voted, he said, I don't think it'll have an impact. I think that the Tagi Alliance was smart enough not to tell him, just to use him. And so when she was voted out, I think he was truly, truly shocked.
But the last 2 votes, he voted the same as all of them. Did you think that was just a coincidence?
I don't know. It's not brain surgery.
I guess not.
Making some good points, Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Yeah. this is as close of a scare, other than the tie at the final four, that Richard gets, because this vote is going to be 4-3-1. Now, it wouldn't have been as close if Kelly would have voted. I guess Kelly must have felt very close to Jenna and could not have voted that way. Now, Kelly kind of throws her vote away. I know everybody gets mad at Sean here, but Kelly does not vote with Tagi, but she also does not vote with Pagong.
Yeah, I guess this is just her way of trying to absolve herself from guilt, because now she's kind of at the point where she's like, well, I don't know if I agree with this whole alliance thing anymore. But I guess if she votes with the other side, then that's the same problem. So she almost needs to throw her vote. Otherwise, then she doesn't absolve herself of anything.
Yeah, as Shane Powers says in Survivor Panama, he was looking for a way to make his vote disappear.
Yeah.
So ultimately, it's very close, and it is 4-3-1. Jenna Lewis gets voted out.
Sad. Jenna was pretty good. I was pretty impressed by Jenna in this game. She talks a lot of strategy.
Yes.
A lot relative strategy. She tries to get in a few alliances. She tries to cozy up to the women and talk about being hard workers, and doesn't get her too far, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think she does play very hard, but I think that especially here in Borneo, I think that her maneuvering comes across as too transparent.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, nobody really falls for it here. She will come back for Survivor All Stars, which was talked about back the 24th best season of all time, but that is going to be a wrap for Jenna Lewis on the all-time countdown. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Sean is the focus of the start of the next episode, talking about he doesn't even know if there's an alliance. He doesn't know anything.
Yeah, but he finally figured out that the alphabet scheme was as stupid as other people had told him it was. I mean, if you tell people who you're going to vote for, they might use that information.
So it's canceled. That's it.
Yeah.
It's over.
Who would have been the next person that he votes out based on the alphabet? So it was just Jenna.
Okay, Kelly.
So there you go. So it just so happens that now.
Yeah. Let's cut it out.
I mean, that would have been the only vote Kelly ever got,
That's
so
right.
I don't really think it mattered there. I just think that he
All right. So Richard Hatch was not thrilled, Mel, that there was almost a coup.
So he really just views himself as the super mega leader, and anything against him would be overturning the king. Is that it?
Yeah. And they tried to target Richie on his birthday.
Unbelievable. At least it wasn't dishes, but this is where we get the confessional about how Rich trusts them even though he knows he maybe shouldn't, and if they burn him, he will congratulate them because they completely fooled him. And I do wonder if he says he wouldn't change anything going back, but I wonder if he had to play this again, if he would be more skeptical of his alliances rather than just blindly trusting them.
Yeah, you would. You certainly would think so, even though he does get blindsided and get bamboozled in the second time that he plays. But where we get this scene that David, I think you were the one that referenced the scene earlier about the Kelly and Sue relationship. And Sue is telling us how they need to take Rich out because that she's been playing up that she's a dumb redneck. She wants to take out the city slicker, and her and Kelly are going to be the ones to do it. Yeah.
And by the way, playing the dumb redneck, as we will see in later seasons, that is a good strategy.
Solid strategy.
But yeah, Sue said, I trust Kelly 100%. We're like sisters. And I mentioned earlier, this is, where it really comes down to. And then Kelly was still claiming she never wanted to be a part of that dirty, conniving alliance. I've already covered a lot of that, but yeah, they want to take out Rich until, what ends up, changing that. But I think one thing, of course, is the immunity challenge result, if we want to jump to that.
Yeah. All right. Well, before
That's
before we
probably
get
jumping too
before
far
we
ahead.
get to that,
Mhm.
so we get some tree mail, interesting tree mail.
Yes.
And
This is
the interesting
wild.
tree mail is that Jervis gets a birth announcement. Jervis has, I believe, a son that is
Mhm.
that is born, and I have to say that this was the thing that shocked me the most on this episode. I feel like that, boy, everybody really has something to say about Jervis having a kid. Like, I know that they're on TV, and I'm sure there's a producer asking everybody, but seriously, mind your own damn business about what's going on in Jervis's life. Do we need every single person to weigh in on, hey, I don't think Jervis should be having, like, this isn't, like, who asked you?
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
I mean, I guess it's interesting that it's the only news that we really get from the. Well, I guess Sean's dad comes in later, but it's like we're news from the outside world. Like this is crazy. But yeah, I don't know why they needed to air all these confessionals. It did make me laugh that I guess Rich says I didn't even know Jerv was having another baby. So I don't know if that's just Rich being out of the loop, or if he didn't talk about it, which is maybe why people had more of an opinion. Where it's like if you know this guy for 20 days, then it's like, oh yeah, he had a baby. You'd be like, what? Why didn't he tell me?
I mean, I had
weighing in.
Yeah, I had an employee. Well, he wasn't my employee; he was a coworker at the time. But when he calls in, and he calls in one day and says, "Hey, I won't be in for the next 2 weeks. My wife just had a baby." We worked with him every single day, and he didn't tell anyone. And then he did it again for his next kid. So
he's a private guy.
Yeah, exactly. But I will have to say that the timing of watching this episode, rewatching it, really hit me, because I saw the episode about the birth of Gunnar Peterson. And then a couple days later, there was an Instagram post that was going around that was like 20, however old year old Gunnar. And it blew my mind, because in my mind, he had just been born.
Yes.
And now he's a full grown adult.
Yeah.
And now
So this was a video that it sort of came across our radar. People like, is that Jervis in this video? Of course, it is Jervis Week here on Robin's podcast. And so it appears as though Jervis's son that was born in this Survivor episode does wrestling, and then somebody had like a gender reveal party and had like one wrestler in pink and one in blue, and Jervis was the referee. And somebody did some sort of a wrestling match gender reveal to determine who was going to win.
I feel like you just like put a random word generator together.
Yeah.
Jervis was hosting a wrestling match for a gender reveal.
Yes. Yeah.
That was his son.
Yeah, it was his son.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it was just it was just mind blowing, because, you know, it's one thing to know, okay, mathematically, yes, it was long ago. My kids were 4 and 1 at the time, and I know that they're out of college in the working world now, but just having it come so close, like the Gunnar birth announcement, and then the gender reveal with Gunnar in it as a full-grown adult, it just kind of threw me for a loop there.
Yeah.
Do you think Survivor would ever do something like this again? I mean, I don't think we really get someone leaving I guess it would be a pregnant partner behind.
I mean, famously, we had a gender reveal on the island when Val Collins came to visit Jeremy in Survivor Second Chances.
Yes,
because you've seen loved ones transfer information, but not through tree mail.
And have we had another like this is a decent question of like I think that in Island of the Idols, Janet like gets some information from her husband about like a grandchild, but I'm not sure if they were born, if it was another gender reveal.
I think it was a gender reveal, yeah.
Yeah. And so I can't think of another time where somebody is like getting the news of a birth on the island.
It's cool. I like getting them like tidbits from the outside world, like when Dr. Sean's dad comes in later. And it's like, except that he doesn't know anything. But
oh yeah, he doesn't. He's an idiot like his.
Oh no.
Yeah. All right. David. Jervis is also going to win he wins the reward to call home. He also gets a slice of pizza flown in by
Yes.
helicopter. And the show really is like that they play what is that? That's that music cue.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember. Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flight of the Valkyries.
Yeah, that's right.
Why do they? It's one slice of pizza. Like these rewards are getting ridiculous.
I know. When I saw it, he's like a slice of pizza. Now it was a big slice. I will say that. I mean, it was.
Do not big slice us right now, David.
He is starving.
There's no slice big enough.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. But still, yeah, it was funny. Yeah. It's like you'll get a slice of pizza.
Yeah. Hey, Survivor contestants, why don't you weigh in on the slice of pizza and butt out of Jervis's personal life, okay?
Okay, which do you think is worth, the single slice of pizza or Pizza Mountain? Which would you rather have?
I'd rather have a Pizza Mountain.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. Okay, Pizza Mountain gets a lot of hate, but...
Would you rather have one slice of the best pizza in the world or a mountain of the worst pizza? You take a mountain of the worst pizza.
In Survivor, yes.
In real life.
Maybe in real life, too. Yeah.
How bad can bad pizza be? It's cheese.
I've had bad pizza. I mean... There is some, I mean, I haven't had, Fiji pizza or whatever, but I've had bad pizza. And yes, I've wondered the same thing. Like, how did you ruin this? It's a crust, sauce, and cheese.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe Dr. Sean was in the kitchen. No, maybe Rudy was.
That's right.
Okay. We see that Colleen and Jervis are gonna make some costumes. Actually, let's talk about the immunity challenge, David. It's the infamous fire making challenge that Richard Hatch is gonna win.
Yes, and then do an awesome happy dance.
Yes,
which if social media had been around, that would have been an amazing TikTok.
Yeah.
A TikTok. Oh gosh. Let's go.
Richard wins the first fire making challenge. I do feel like that this is like a pretty decent challenge.
Yeah. I mean, he, it was pretty clear he was going to win. Just from the way it was done. The rules were a little bit confusing at first because it seemed like you had to build, and then you couldn't touch it. But then he was adding more stuff to it, so that part was a little confusing in watching it. But yeah, he won. He got up and celebrated, and then didn't have to worry about any follow up. Not that he had to worry anyway, really.
Mm-hmm. Is this his one immunity win in the season?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, I know so because after that, I think
Kelly wins the rest.
Kelly wins everything.
Kelly's gonna go on a run. Okay. So Jervis and Colleen are gonna make costumes. Mel, what do they have? Like athletic tape?
I missed this. I was too focused on their big yellow raincoats. What kind of costumes were they?
I think it was medical tape.
Medical tape, where Jervis was the target and the bullseye, and Colleen was the sitting duck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I really like this at the Tribal Council, where they revisit the alliance, and Suhawk, who famously talked about how, that we're out here in the bush. Corporate America isn't going to play right now. She cites that America is built on alliances. You join the church, not because you want to pray, because it's good for the community. That's what America is all about, David. Alliances. This is like Sue Hawk's like Gordon Gekko speech. I mean, she's right. One thing I've thought of is, after I retire from my regular job, put together something that takes, the rules of Survivor and apply them to real life. Because
you're going to join a church and sell things?
No, well, I could, but it's true. I have found myself doing that in my own life. And I think everybody does. You make alliances at work. You make sub-alliances. You avoid getting backstabbed by a coworker. it's the way America runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jeff is going to call attention to that again later on in the season, but it is a really interesting moment. Unfortunately, Jervis is out, and that's going to do it for Jervis in the all-time top 40 countdown.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff says, Jervis, I need you to bring me your staff. So it
Yes.
seems like he's still getting the terminology down and
Yeah.
all these little trinkets.
We're working it out. Okay. All right. The next episode, we really then again big visibility spike for Colleen, and Mel. Colleen has been through a lot here on the island.
She is done. She's like, I see what's happening. They're just all thinking about the money, which she says like it's a bad thing. But are you not also thinking about the money? That's just what's so surprising at some points where these people are like, oh yeah, well, I don't feel like building an alliance, so I guess I'm just gonna go home. It's like $1 million. Like, I mean, I guess I'm happy for you that you are choosing your supposed morals over money, but I would not.
But
so.
Yeah, really, why is Colleen here? At no point does she really try to win the money.
Yeah.
She seemingly does not want to get voted out, but she's not really willing to do a lot to avoid said fate.
So like, what did she expect the end game was going to be? Like, she would have Greg, and then like, I don't know. They would just vote random people out, just spin the bottle every time.
Yeah. Go play.
Yeah. Or she's very dismissive of Rich also. Like, I feel like that she's like, she treats like Rich like he's her dad. Like, oh, Dad, oh, you're so annoying. God, oh, get out of here. Go get liposuction.
I mean, she also had things to say about Kelly. She was talking about, it's a charade, and Kelly's going around stabbing everyone in the back and
whatever.
So,
I don't care. Oh, this is so annoying. I hate this show.
Lil?
Yeah. What?
Sorry.
No. I feel it's different than Colleen. Colleen's just like over. I mean, I guess like Colleen in some ways is sort of like a proto like Courtney Yates, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that she's sort of just like over it and seemingly on the show against her will.
Everyone sucks. This is stupid.
Yeah.
Don Robert's the worst. Rich is the worst.
I mean, I guess, and at one point, well, actually, after she leaves, she says, "Oh, I could have won if I'd have been on Tagi to start." Which,
no. Okay.
Right? Yes. Okay. You just shortened all my notes down to one word, Rob. I mean, yeah, she had opportunities to form alliances, and she blew all of them. She wanted to have fun, and then when that fun was taken away from her, she just got complainy. You know, and I think that's it. She knew that she was next, and it wasn't fun anymore. And so, even at the merge, it just wasn't fun, and that's what she wanted. So yeah, she just moped around.
That kind of is going back to my comparison to Jen Brown, because Jen Brown kind of got to a point where it's like, oh, well, there's voting out all my friends. Well, I don't even want to be here then. Like, this is stupid.
I don't even like this show.
Yeah. Okay. See, she needed her island friend.
I need to figure out how to play this
what
game
does
later.
It say, David? What does it say on the bottom of the island friend card?
It says, play after losing an immunity challenge. Choose one castaway. This person cannot be voted off this turn. Cannot be played if you only have one castaway left. And then it has a survival tip, which is completely unrelated. Never drink seawater unless it is distilled.
Okay.
It's like tip.
I really don't know if they thought how many like seasons there were going to be, but they were just like, let's just get as much money as we can.
Well, I mean, this was also in the beginning of the big boom in trading cards, because at the same time this happened, remember that group I was telling you about?
Yes.
We were playing like Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
And that was, right around that time. So, trading card games were a big thing too.
Could you mix Survivor, the trading card game, with Magic the Gathering? Can you like shuffle the decks together? It doesn't work like that?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I mean, you could.
You could have dragons and castaways. It'd be great.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Magic has dragons.
Yes. Well, multiple types of dragons. Yes.
Okay. Is there a card for Coach?
No, but there is.
I don't want to see that.
Oh, you're showing the beetle for the podcast listeners. Yeah.
At least he's not wiggling.
Okay. All right.
That's the only creature I saw on there. So.
All right, Colleen is being beat up. We get to our first ever kind of strategy game where you pick up tiles. Sean is going to ultimately win I'm sorry, this is not the strategy game. This is the trivia game that for some reason people think of Black Widow has a blue
that was terrible.
Yes. Sean wins the trip on the yacht with the Jeff Probst visa. He has to decide who he's going to take. And Mel, this is the first time that somebody really foobars this decision.
Oh, this is so great. I don't understand how he messes it up so bad because he has so much time. Like it's like the next morning or something. Jeff's like, oh, you might be able to take someone, like think about it. And so he spends all this time thinking about it or not thinking about it. And then he gets to the point where he has to pick someone and he's like, oh man, well, I guess I just have to make this decision off the top of my head. And like, he just tries to put it onto Kelly and her reaction is so funny. She's like, don't make me do your dirty work, Sean. Like, if you want to pick me, then pick me. And then he's like, okay, Richard. It's like, where did that come from?
Like, Rich, do you like eggs?
Yeah. Oh, well, Rich likes eggs. I had to take them. Like, you understand, right?
Yeah. I mean,
get out of here.
This is obviously Sean's fault, but Kelly didn't do herself any favors because, your
decision, whatever you want to do.
Exactly. She kind of, they were both passive aggressive about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it seemed like they had gotten in a fight. Like, why would she answer like that if there was nothing else? Because I can kind of understand her answer of like, don't put this on me. Don't make people mad. Oh, Kelly just needed to go. So that's why she was chosen. But also it could have been like, oh, I would love to go. But also it's like your decision. Like do that nice thing.
Read the room, Dr. Kniff. Like my wife answers a question like that. Like, no. I was telling you, I want you to go. Why would I want anybody else?
Yeah. Yeah, where are we going to dinner? The place you want to go or the place I want to go? Well, it's up to you. It's your decision.
Okay. We go to see Sean goes first to go to the boat. He's going to get a shower and a massage. And he asks the masseuse, does my ass look as bony as it feels? Which is kind of, I guess, an inappropriate question to ask. But then the masseuse slaps him on the ass, which is also, I felt like, inappropriate from the masseuse.
And then they included it in the show. Why?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about it 21 years later, I guess is why.
I think she's going to lose her license.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So Jeff Probst tells Sean, the captain of the boat wants to see you. He's a big fan of the show that is not on the air yet.
Yeah.
And of you, who has not been on any
shows
yet.
He's a big fan of yours.
And Sean's just like, oh yeah, okay. I'm pretty great. I have fans,
Yeah, and it's his dad. This was pretty cool that they did this.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little confusing because I'd swear that during the challenge, Jeff kept saying, you'll get on the yacht tonight. And then after the challenge, they're like, well, tomorrow night.
Oh.
Yeah. So they got to stretch this out.
Yeah. Well, also they had to get Sean's dad in or whoever,
yeah.
Interesting that they wouldn't have just said tomorrow night from the get-go. They keep saying tonight.
Yeah. It was confusing when they did that. I was like, wait, how are they going to get him there that quickly? And
I see.
Yeah.
So then they go and they bring Richard out there, and then they have a breakfast the next morning. They come back, and then Dr. Sean's dad drops off care packages, which was one funny when, as Mel brought up earlier, that they were asking him about current events, and he doesn't know anything.
Doesn't know about sports, doesn't know about politics. He was like, what does he know?
He knew the NASDAQ was down 400 points.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means. Stop things.
Yeah. I think 2000, not a great time to be in the NASDAQ.
No.
Yeah. And then also everybody gets like a care package from home. And David, this was wild that people just got like random boxes of snacks.
Yeah. Yeah. It was great. I don't remember exactly what people got, but yeah, they were, he's lugging around this big bag. And then as he's leaving, oh, by the way, I have this and this and this. And
Yeah.
You think he was just walking around like Santa Claus for like 2 hours before? It's like, what's in the bag? Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's my clothes. It's my overnight bag.
Yeah.
That's why when you say like, oh, like I heard like a production was giving food to a certain person, and it's like, yeah, well, everybody just got like a care package from home for no reason with like a box of cereal, like for no reason. It's wild the first season.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to immunity challenge. This was very fun, the immunity challenge here in this episode. Everybody's standing on the platform. Boy, Richard Hatch is really carrying on now.
Carrying on? What do you mean?
Like
the
99
song?
bottles of beer on the wall. Really?
Trying to be the most annoying. It's the Christian Hubicki before Christian is just trying. If I can annoy them off of the perch, then maybe. Fortunately, it doesn't work out for him.
Yeah. He might have just been like in good spirits from eating like that big breakfast.
I guess so.
Because he was like giddy the whole time through it. Even when like he fell off, like him and Rudy were doing like play-by-play.
Oh yeah, that was great. That was the first challenge commentary ever. And it's like, oh, Kelly's doing this, but maybe she'll be able to stay on. And
Jeff's like, oh, that's I should borrow that. Oh, that's good.
And then
you talk during the challenge. Okay.
Yeah, the funny thing was when Rich is like, oh, Colleen's fighting to stay on here, and she doesn't even realize she doesn't need to because we're voting off Kelly. And it's like, well, Rich, if Colleen doesn't win, that could mean that Kelly wins, and then you would have to vote off Colleen. Although they made it sound like they were going to vote off Sean heading into tribal council.
Yeah, and they never changed. They never like had a conversation to change it, but whatever. Right. Rich is gonna be watching as we're gonna see they take more and more beams out, and it's finally going to be Kelly who wins immunity. And so a truly bizarre moment happens, Mel, when after the challenge is over.
What could you possibly mean?
I think you're going the same place I
Jeff
was.
Probst says to Kelly, well, Kelly, you won immunity and your feet must hurt after this challenge. So here are some insults from Dr. Schultz.
It's so random, and we never hear about them again. Like I would have loved the like final tribal. Oh, you know what really helped me in this game? These Dr. Schultz insults. They really helped me win these challenges.
Yeah, that was like the weakest product placement I have
Would they
ever
pay
seen.
$10 for that product placement?
I had $1.50 was my bet, but
it lasted 4 seconds. Kelly just said like, okay. It was not.
Yeah, and they never.
At all.
I mean, today there would be like multiple confessionals of her saying, wow, my feet feel so much better now after wearing these Dr. Scholl's insoles.
Yeah. Wasn't invented yet.
Yeah.
Wasn't invented yet. So it's just wild. Okay. Colleen is going to get voted out. Colleen, as Dr. Sean would vote David. Be nice. Play fair.
See Kelly go through like so many stages here. So she has just previously been like, oh, I don't want to vote with this alliance. I'm done. She's kind of switched her vote. And now here she says, I'm voting strategically, and so are they. They think I'm still in the stupid alliance because otherwise they would vote me off. So she's kind of realizing that, yes, I want immunity. Yes. Maybe I did actually need it. And yeah, it seems like she's kind of, well, does she vote with them this tribal?
She votes for Sean. She's mad about the boat thing.
Oh, yes, that's right. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Her and Colleen vote together. Yes.
They might have told her still it was Sean, if they didn't have a follow-up conversation.
Yeah. And it's, just what do, like,
they were like, okay, votes. Kelly won. Change the vote to Colleen.
I just don't understand how she thinks that they think that she's with them if she's not voting with them.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's, that becomes an ongoing thing where, I think, well, I say later, there's only a couple more episodes, but where, she'll say, I never left the alliance. I was just pretending. Maybe she could have made the claim. I knew you had enough votes, which we've seen actually happen in future seasons where people would say that. But no, Kelly, that wasn't what happened here. You're just lying.
Okay. In episode 12, we are going to see the big fight between Sue and Kelly. This is a very important moment in the season, Mel.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like I tried to watch it like 3 times to kind of try and follow. So Colleen told Sue that Kelly wasn't aligned with them anymore, and Kelly is denying it. So Sue is upset because Kelly's not with her, and Kelly's upset because Sue doesn't believe her, even though she's lying. So I feel like
Yes.
Kelly is massively in the wrong here, and Sue is very much in the right, except that if you were a future season of Survivor, you would realize you don't confront the person like this. You got to play nice and things like that. But Sue is hurt, as we talked about before. She really like trusted Kelly as a friend outside the game, and so she's taking this really personally.
Yeah. I still don't really understand what the issue here is. That did Colleen say something to Sue, David?
I think so. I think she may have heard it from other people along the way too, but at least at some point she heard that Kelly and she saw that Kelly was hanging out with them too. And there were comments made in previous episodes like, oh, she's hanging out with the kids who are more her age type of thing. And dressing up, they did some sort, I don't know, fashion show or something, superheroes. Yeah. And so I think that's what made it believable when Colleen was like, hey, she's stabbing you in the back here. She's going around trying to pretend that she's with us, and then she still doesn't vote with us. And, Sue saw it and then heard it, and that was enough for her. And she's like, you're stabbing me in the back. We were going to go to the end together, and you're trying to, turn on me.
Yeah. And this is going to really lay the groundwork for the final tribal council, where a lot of this is going to come up in the snakes and the rats speech. But Kelly gives Rich an important piece of information, Mel, which then he's going to use against them.
Is this that they're out with Kelly and Sue wants to go to the end with them?
Yeah, basically that he's gonna just drive the final wedge between the two of them, and then ultimately this really helps benefit Rich, and he knows it instantly.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that Sue and Kelly have this rivalry if Sue doesn't confront her here? Like, if they don't have this fight, do they just kind of act like they're fine, and do they maybe vote together later, or is this relationship done regardless?
It seems like they've drifted apart.
Mm-hmm. But Kelly would be desperate when she comes to the end, if she's trying to get to the end. I mean, she's now anti-alliance, so I don't know what she would do, but would she come back with Sue, or would she try and get Sue voted out? Like, it has to be one or the other.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do think that if Sue gets voted out, I think that she also, in addition to hearing from Colleen, I think she also heard from other Pagong members that this was what Kelly was doing, because I think that's part of what spurs the snakes and rats speech is, when she goes out, she seems to have made peace with it, but then she comes back with such a vengeance that I think she went back and talked to them afterwards and heard, oh,
she
Kelly
got
really
wound
was.
up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, this is where I just mentioned in the last episode, this is where Kelly, just flat out lies to Rich and says, oh, I was never out of the alliance. I was just pretending, by befriending them and making them feel safe. But the thing is, at that point, there was no reason to make them feel safe. All you were doing was either trying to get jury votes or thinking about turning on your alliance, one or the other. And I mean, thinking about getting jury votes is smart, but not when you do it in such an obvious way.
We talked about the Survivor Bar. Kelly will win the reward challenge to carry the most mud. I had forgotten that they also do this in Survivor Pagong around this time. I like that they did that throwback here of just carry the mud, and then Kelly is going to win to go to the Survivor Bar. Anything else that you want to talk about Kelly watching the first episode that we want to highlight here?
Is that where she learns Sonia's last name?
It might be. It might be. Because it's going to be a question for later. I do like Jeff goes to the bar with her.
I love when Jeff just tags along. Oh, I'm just going to go with you. That's a reward, right? Like, we're going to just chat about the game and eat big plates of pasta together. And
yeah, it really only happens here and then on a couple of the Colby rewards in Survivor the Australian Outback.
And I guess he drives with Boston Rob to their little
but he doesn't
spot.
watch the movie with them.
Does he?
It would be
Is he
better if
hiding
he
in the
did.
bushes somewhere?
Might be.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about the Survivor Witch Project, David.
I don't know.
I don't know. This is just wild that, you know, a piece of like pop culture from this time ends up being like in the show, like in this time capsule where I do wonder, like, people under a certain age, do they even know what the Blair Witch Project is?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised, I guess, if you had asked me randomly how long ago was that, I don't think I would have said 20 years. You know, just, but also, I wonder how the Blair Witch Project producers didn't sue them. But yeah, it was just, it was an interesting challenge. You know, despite Rudy not at all taking an interest in it.
Like, Mel, could you imagine like Survivor basing a challenge on a popular movie?
Well, I don't know about the movie part, but I could see like Big Brother is already getting all into the TikToks and stuff. I could see Survivor 41. Okay, everyone, make a TikTok of all of these facts, and whoever gets the most, I don't know.
Yeah, but this was wild that it was like a movie. Like I'm trying to think of like the like phenomenon like movie that would come out that
well, it was not really like they did the same thing as a movie, but like the challenge wasn't about it. Like the story wasn't the same. It was just kind of like, okay, we're gonna take this element that a movie did and put it into the challenge. Still
and run around
weird,
with camcorders, like it's like
yeah. It didn't bring anything to the challenge. I mean, it's iconic now because of Rudy, but like other than that, it's like, why did we need the cameras? What was the point?
Because they wanted to do a Blair Witch Project ripoff. I mean, is there ever a time in it? I guess they get like the Sprint phones, but I feel like that you never see survivors use like a piece of like equipment. Like there's never like, okay, find all the DVDs, put them in the DVD player.
Yeah, they really try with the phones later, and it's like, go to pictures for your clue, and then swipe to contacts, and show off all the phone features. But yeah, they don't ever really use anything for the sake of using technology. They actually probably lean even further away from technology.
Sure. All right, Kelly's going to win immunity. Sean's going to go out. I feel like it's a quiet exit from the game for Dr. Sean.
Yeah. You know, he had said at the beginning of the episode, this is the most conniving bunch of people I've ever met in my life. There's not an honest one in the bunch. And then they voted him out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the finale. Big finale for Survivor Borneo. Of course, 50 some odd million people, David, are watching this.
Yeah, it was a lot.
51.7 million people. So that's compared to the Winners at War finale had 15 million, and this is 51 million. So
the Winners at War finale had 15 million. That's actually very surprising. I feel like that's much higher than I would have guessed.
Was that the pandemic? Yeah, people were bored. I'm not sure.
Well,
sorry. No, the Winners at War finale was 7.2 million.
I was gonna say, okay. Yeah. I was like, what? Like, they got to renew Survivor for 5 more years off of that. Okay. The finale, I do feel like while it was epic at the time, I do feel like comes off as slow to me, Mel.
Ooh, hot take. Is that because you've seen it approximately?
I've seen it, but it's like, I mean, the show opens where it's just like, just a lot of talk about like a lot. I feel like Rich monologues a lot of like, look at me, look at my arm, look at this, look at this arm. There used to be muscle. Yeah. Now it's full. Now this loose skin. Look. Are
you going to stand up and do the rest of it too?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, boy, this is not gripping.
It's very slow, and it's very much like they don't use a ton of like music and sound effects and stuff like that. When they do the rites of passage, it's completely silent. So there's just kind of a lot of chunks of the finale that are slow. And so, yeah, they have some good stuff in between there, but as kind of a whole, yeah, it's a little much.
David, Richard is even talking about like the Alliance. This is 4, but we weren't always a 4. It was a 4, and we got into a 4. Like, it's just like a lot of talking.
I mean, I wonder if part of that, it's probably not, but is because there were people watching the finale who maybe hadn't seen the whole season, that it was bringing people up to speed.
But they didn't even do that much of like nowadays they do like here's everything you missed on the season. But they did it was like 2 minutes long, and it was very much like alliances voted people out, and then we merged, and here we are. So they didn't really do that so much.
Yeah. Okay. We went to our Final Four challenge. Okay. Answering questions about everybody.
Yeah. Now, I take issue with the way this challenge has been described afterwards, because Kelly used it to show how much she knew about the jury members, how much she cared. And even Jeff Probst said stuff about that. But when you watch it again, it wasn't as like socially oriented as it has sometimes been made out to be. A lot of the questions didn't relate to the personal lives. It was like meaningless island things, items of clothing. I mean, maybe you could say those were related to how well you knew them, but I'm sure items of clothing got passed around. Who ran the legs of a challenge?
She knew Jenna Lewis's kids' middle names, I think.
Yeah, she used it in that way, but she didn't win solely because of that. She won because she had a good memory of a lot of things that happened.
Yeah, there was like a bandana at one point, and no one's going to be like, "Oh, she remembered that I wore that bandana." Wow, how noticeable of her. Whatever.
Yeah, what did Pagong bring from the beach when the tribes merged?
Yeah, exactly. Like that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But also, I guess it depends on like. It doesn't have to mean anything. It could just be an immunity challenge, and she could be like, "Remember these parts of the challenge where they were personal questions? I got that right."
Yeah.
So then let's get to ultimately the vote. Because it's interesting that it's a 2-2 vote, and then Kelly flips on the revote. David, why doesn't she just vote out Sue to start?
She explained it, and I'm trying to remember what the explanation was.
It seems like she just doesn't trust Sue anymore. But maybe it's like the lesser of two evils. So it's like, I don't trust Sue, but I don't see Rudy doing anything for me. So she votes Rudy out and it's a tie. And then it's like, okay, well, at that point, then if I have a chance to get Sue out, I will. I wonder if they knew what a tiebreaker would be, because I'm assuming they didn't.
It's a great question.
Then if she's like, well, I don't know what a tiebreaker is going to be, could someone else be in danger? Should it might have just been easier to be like, okay, well, this outcome is one I'm okay with having happen. So let's just do that.
Yeah. I mean, I do wonder if they would like said to them, like, all right, then we'll just sit here all night.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess we'll just live here now. Okay. Oh, I was like, fine, God, just vote out. So I vote against Sue.
Maybe. Didn't seem like she was too heartbroken about it at any rate.
No. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of surprising she didn't vote that way to begin with, like you said, because Sue had said to her, "I'm going to make sure you don't make it to the final four or the final three," and here she had a chance to turn the tables on that, and didn't immediately.
Okay, 4:00 in the morning, Jeff Probst comes in, wakes everybody up. Come on,
seems a little unnecessary.
This seems a little unnecessary. Yeah, wake up, walk on some hot coals, have a ceremony. Get ready to play hands on the immunity idol.
All right. Thoughts about rites of passage. Should it still be here? Should they get rid of it? Should they condense it?
Should it be on the show?
Yeah.
Boy.
It's iconic.
It is iconic. That I feel like that Survivor treats its contestants in the modern game as if they are disposable anyway now, with that they have a 20-person cast, and then you have so many people what would it be, the final four would do it on the way to the final challenge, that I just think that they don't even talk to people at the reunion. I just don't think that the show wants you to even care about the people that were out that early.
Very true.
Yeah, and I just think it's time. They don't have time for that, especially when they now do like a 6-person finale. And I have to admit, I fast forwarded through one part of my rewatch, and it was this.
Yeah, it wasn't really that long. I will say, what about Mel? Could we reserve it for all-star seasons? Like Winners at War? Okay, all right, let's go back and it's like go through it, and then the returning players who come back, they should get a rites of passage.
I guess so. Like, what are we gaining from the rites of passage? Like, if you're just remembering them, then it's like, oh yeah, you see their name. But if you're getting little clips from them, like, what can they say? Oh, I had a great time. I learned about myself. Or, oh man, I can't believe that I got blindsided with an idol. Like, it's all fluff, it seems like. Like, we don't need to hear from them again. We got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nice thing for the returning players.
Yeah. Give them a quick little montage, I guess.
Little
30 seconds max.
Yeah. All right. Rich, Kelly, and Rudy will compete in the challenge. And so Jeff Probst will tempt them also
with like oranges.
Orange slices.
Like you can't even break out like some hash browns or some bacon.
Well, maybe that was coming.
Peanut butter.
Maybe that was coming at like 5 hours or 6 hours.
I guess so. We only see oranges.
I don't see how anything could tempt anyone at that point.
Yeah.
There's no food. You're going to get food shortly anyway. So
it'd be amazing if Jeff brought out food and Rich was like, "Oh yeah, actually, no, that sounds great." Yeah. There's like his way of throwing it. They'd be like, "What?"
Yeah.
Jeff brought out the orange slices, and then Rich is like, no, I don't think so. And Jeff's like, yeah, but you don't know what these oranges smell like.
Yeah.
These are magical oranges.
Yes.
You'll love them. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Rich gives a speech and says that he's not going to outlast Kelly, and he hopes the both they recognize. And Rich jumps off.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, not. I mean, he realized that he would lose by winning and could win by losing.
Yeah.
If he
would lose by winning, you think? Because he has to take Rudy, you mean?
Because he either has to vote off Kelly, and go up against Rudy, and everyone's going to vote for Rudy, or he could have violated his trust with Rudy and voted off Rudy, which Rudy, said, you don't go against me. Right. We had a thing to the end. We only needed one vote to flip, and I think possibly more than one vote would have flipped because he couldn't have claimed he did it ethically and kept to all his promises.
That's very true.
So he loses the challenge. It's in Kelly's lap or Rudy's lap, but probably Kelly's. And he knew that, Kelly was smart enough to know she would also lose against Rudy. So she had to bring Rich with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it was a brilliant master stroke. Potentially, the best move of the game for Richard Hatch, for anybody.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's
wins,
close.
If he doesn't, he loses. So that definitely, yeah.
Does he have a second best move?
Just voting out Rudy and trying to get that last vote somewhere. I think that's the only other option. If he can even beat her. This is him choosing to step down. Him not choosing to step down doesn't even mean that he wins. So I guess that's just, it's still the same outcome if he loses by accident or on purpose.
Yeah.
I like when they say, "Oh, I thought you were going to give a speech." He's like, "I didn't say it was a long speech."
Very short speech. Short and sweet.
Short speech. And then ultimately, I like that Jeff is trying to. Jeff says at one point, he's like, "Hey, I just thought of something. you organized a quit." And he's like, "Oh no, not a quit. It's not a quit." Yeah,
it is not a quit. It's bowing out of a challenge is absolutely different than a quit, especially when he lays out his strategy for doing so, which is that so he can actually succeed. It's not it's not an Ian stepping down and getting voted off.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. And then ultimately they make them switch, and then Rudy takes his hand off, and Rich is very quick to say, "Oh yeah, looks like that's it, Rudy."
So kind.
Well, yeah. And also, the funny thing about that was that like Probst didn't see it at first.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're walking around and Kelly's like, hey, he took his hand off. Hey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. That's that.
Very different than when Jenna Lewis takes her foot off and it's like, no.
No.
And Jeff's like, I saw you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Kelly's gonna vote out Rudy. It makes me feel very sad how badly Rudy beats himself up.
Yeah. Well, it was a stupid $1 million mistake. That's what he said. And
not the last time someone will fudge the final challenge and lose $1 million.
yes.
Yeah. You gotta let it go.
Yeah.
Find other outlets. Yeah. All right.
I do have to say though, this was a very short tribal council. Like, I don't think he asked them any questions. Like,
What was there to say? What was there to say?
I mean, they stretch it out nowadays.
Yeah.
So why do you think they'd be good? I mean, there's more people now, but why do you think it'd be good to keep this person and vote out this person here? It was just basically like, well, they can't vote, so Kelly, do the thing. It's like, okay, well, that's just happening very quickly.
Yeah. All right. Should we get to the final tribal council?
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Right, we'll stop down on Suhawk, but who else of note interests you at the final tribal council? Mel?
Let me see. They all just kind of do some generic questions. Colleen asks about traits. Rudy says, I don't have anything to say to these people. I made a really stupid mistake. It's like, all right.
Yeah. Dr. Sean, we can skip that, Dr. Sean.
Yeah.
Not as funny as you think it is.
No. Yeah. No, I got nothing. We got the Greg asking about the numbers, but there is talk that was just for show anyway. He was always voting for Rich. So.
Yeah, that's always been my position, that he was just, even though, it's Greg. He's been clowning around the whole time. He's been doing this the whole time. So I think he's just being Greg, and he was going to vote for Rich no matter what, and just wanted to try to be funny one last time.
I do think it's interesting. Colleen switches her vote. She says she was going to vote for Rich, and then votes for Kelly based off of her question, where she asked her, "What for future players? What 3 character traits got you here?" And the fact that Kelly said strong will, that really moved the needle for Colleen.
Well, so it seems like she didn't realize that Kelly really wanted to win, but Kelly saying that she wanted to win convinced Colleen that she wanted to win. It was a bit of a strange situation.
Like, okay, Colleen.
Yeah.
Someone else switched their vote, didn't they?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I thought that Sue's speech swayed 2 people to actually vote for Kelly.
No, there was a rumor that Sue's speech helped convince Colleen.
Okay.
But I mean, the thing was, even at the final tribal council, like, Kelly started by saying, I hope we won't be judged on how we played the game.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, even Colleen made a face at that. I mean, it's like, hey, you're about to say who wins the game. I hope you won't judge us on how we played it. Yeah. And, of course, Richard went the opposite way. He emphasized strategy from the beginning and said, you shouldn't judge us based on what type of person we are, because you don't know what type of person we are. You just know us from here. And, but the weirdest thing was that Jervis, Jenna, and Colleen voted for Kelly to win. And they noted that Kelly was a backstabber and not a nice person, but they voted for her anyway, in part because that's the way she was playing the game, which is how she said they shouldn't vote. And so Jervis asked, what would you change? And Kelly said one thing would have been not to join the alliance. Now, if she hadn't joined the alliance, would she have even been in the final 2? Who knows? But she was trying to distance herself from gaming, and they voted for her for gaming. It made very little sense in looking at their justification.
Mel, about 3.5 hours ago, you said that there was something about Suhawk's speech that you did not care for. Would you like to elaborate?
You're going to start me off here instead of complimenting it first before I get all this hate? No. So the first many times I've seen it, I just didn't care for it. It's a kind of mean speech. I did enjoy it more on this rewatch, partly because in the reunion, they ask, okay, like, Kelly, Sue, are you good? And they're like, yeah, it was part of the game. It was a mean game. Like, I get it. So it's like, okay, the fact that Kelly doesn't take it so personally helps a little bit. But like, okay, I get she's being like imagery, but I would leave you for the vultures. Like, it's a game and she lied. Like, that is like, you're literally talking about you are fine with her dying because you betrayed her. Like that just always kind of was like, okay, like it's just kind of like a little tinge in it's a very iconic speech, but it's like you almost took it a little bit too far there.
But my interpretation of this has been that, this is basically, it's like professional wrestling. And I really feel like that the producers like gassed her up and like you gotta come up with and Suhawk was probably like, oh yeah. Oh, okay. All right, great. I just think everybody is being super extra. And I mean, they created something that was one of television's most iconic moments ever. And so just that, is it extremely over the top, incredibly. But was it like sincere and heartfelt? I'm sure she was pissed, but
it feels like she had to put a lot of thought and care into crafting this, and she obviously looked at what she had prepared and was like, yes, this is the level I want to be at. But no, you're right, it does make a lot of sense that it's like it was for show, they were being extra. It's the end of the game, she was hurt, but this wasn't necessarily completely coming from a place of like, we've seen mean tribal council speeches and this feels different from those.
Yeah. And I read something, I remember reading something that there was a question, did she really write it or not? And Sean said, yes, she wrote it. I reviewed it for her, but I didn't add any words, so I know it came from her.
I saw that this isn't even the full speech. They cut some out. So oof. I only wonder what's on the cutting room floor.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And, but I mean, that means that Sean saw it and went, oh yeah, definitely do this. Yeah. I mean, so
it's an incredible roast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And Richard gets it too. I think people forget about that, about how,
what I love about Richard getting roasted is I feel like at the end of it, he'd be like, yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah. I am pompous.
Yeah. You're a very openly arrogant, pompous human being, but I admire your frankness with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's great. If I ever pass you along in life and you're lying there dying of thirst, I would not give you a drink of water. I would let the vultures take you and do whatever they want with you with no ill regrets. I wouldn't even feel bad.
What else would a vulture do with you other than eat you? I don't.
Yeah. And then they go right to commercial on it. I think it's where everybody across the North America was just like, oh my god, did that just happen?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So great.
Yeah.
So
was there any other extra notable parts? We got the end, the snake will eat the rat. I guess we have the whole bit about how I hope that my vote specifically makes you lose the money.
Right.
That's also a bit rough when you're talking about so much money. I hope I specifically cost you $1 million. Like, whew.
Yeah, and all the snakes and the rats, and then how Mother Nature intended it to be for the snake, Richard the snake, to eat Kelly the rat. Mm-hmm. Is that what happens? Did we see a snake eat a rat this season?
I don't think we saw
Jervis and Joel eat a rat.
Yeah. Are they snakes? They taunted snakes.
Jervis taunted a snake. Yeah. Joel did. Joel taunted the snake. All right. We get all of the votes. David, this is interesting. We see every single person's vote, and then we go to
we don't
Greg.
see Greg's vote.
We don't see Greg. Yeah.
And then this is and then we get the vote count in at Tribal Council. We see Richard, I need water and oxygen. Ultimately gets the win. The wins 4-3. Here's my question for the both of you on this panel. Will Survivor 41 count the winner votes on location, or you think that they were gonna I mean, it's already filmed. You think they've said don't worry. Well, worst comes to worst, we'll count the votes in Jeff's garage again.
Yeah, I don't think I think that they learned that it's too easy for that information to get out. No matter how many precautions you take. I mean, your season, the information got out to certain people ahead of time.
Yeah, but that wasn't because they counted like that was like, we could talk about that many weeks from now. But that had nothing to do with them counting. That had to do with people visiting the location.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that and the reason why I say this is that I think they had an interesting decision to make, when they get to the day, whatever the final day is,
29 or 27.
whatever is the final day of Survivor 41, because they have to make a call of like, should we just get it? We're here. We have all the cameras. We have all the people.
I agree with David. I don't think they'll do it. It's too risky, but I think they should. They should get the shot, but they have so much warning now about.
I think what they should have done is what they did with the TV show Dallas with Who Shot JR. They should just film every possible result. And so they should, Jeff Probst should read the votes and then say one person won and then say the other person won and then the other one won.
So I think what you would do is like that. What they could do is shoot a reaction to each person being named the winner.
Yeah.
And then when nobody is there, like have everybody leave, film Jeff counting the votes.
Right.
And then you cut from shot of Jeff, like, that's one vote, Billy. That's one vote, Margaret. And then just play the reaction that you faked.
Or even get the reaction at home, but have at least the vote count done. So that if you need to do some sort of video call thing, then
and then best case scenario, you do a live of counting of the votes and nobody knows. Okay, what are the problems you need us to fix, Survivor?
Put us on production.
All right, let's go to talk about the reunion. Brian Gumbel.
Okay,
what else?
Before that, I just wanted to point out, as I continue my roast of Kelly, that Kelly claimed in a TV Guide interview that 2 of the people who voted for Rich later told her they wish they could go back and change their vote.
I think she told that to T-Bird also.
Okay, and even at the time I was like, who? Because I can't believe, 1, that Greg would have changed it, nor 2, that he would confide that in her.
Right. Rudy definitely not.
Yeah, so I can expand on this because I think that she said the same thing with in a T-Bird interview where she said that I think it was 2 people said they couldn't handle losing to a woman. So it would have to be 2 of the male members of the jury.
So then Sean, I mean, I don't know. I could
maybe see Sean, but I can't find another.
Like, I mean, I feel like that Jervis would be the person that you pointed, but he voted for Kelly.
Enthusiastically voted for Kelly.
So this just goes up, I just chalk this up to more of Kelly being a little, I don't know, disjointed or not.
Or maybe someone told her that. Be like, oh man, I really wish I would have voted for you.
Yeah. Right. Well, here's what I think could have happened. Like classic Dr. Sean.
Well, yes.
It's nice like, guy. Dude, why didn't you vote for me? Like, I just felt I don't want to lose to a woman. Like, like it's just like spitballing.
Now that you mentioned that, I totally could have done that. Oh man.
Yeah. Like, I should have voted for you. Like, I don't know.
And he could have even said, "Oh yeah," and Greg said the same thing.
Yeah, I bet Greg too. Like,
yeah.
So, okay, all right.
I do want to just point out Rudy because I have to comment every quote he does. But his confessional when he votes for Rich is said, "We had an alliance together, and I am fulfilling my obligation."
Yes.
Like no emotion. No, I want you to win. I'm happy. Nope. I promised I would do this, so I'm doing it, and that is it.
Yeah. Only a couple travel councils before Jeff brought up about the unlikely friendship between Rich and Rudy said, after the game I'll shake his hand and then I hope I never see him again.
Oh man.
Yeah, and look, and they stayed friends for the rest of Rudy's life. So Rudy did not get his wish. He saw him again many other times after the season was over. All right, let's talk about the reunion show. And this is a wild reunion show. This is like when Survivor used to make like a big deal out of the reunion. I mean, this was like a huge deal that I think that they felt like it was a coup. Brian Gumbel talked about it. Brian Gumbel did seem interested, like he had watched the show. Jeff Probst is not even there. And
did this air the same night as the finale?
Yeah, it was all one night.
Okay.
It went right. And what was wild about it, Mel, was that you had never seen the contestant, or I guess you had never seen the final 4. Like you had not ever seen like Richard Hatch since the show. So you had seen the contestants voted off and they were on the early show, But David, correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody had ever seen the Final Four until that show.
I mean, that's my recollection too. Yeah.
Yes, and Richard Hatch has like dramatic like difference in appearance from the island to the show.
Yeah, he kept his weight off and looked well.
I didn't realize that he had lost 100 pounds before going on the show. That's crazy.
Yes. There you go. All right. We could just do a whole show on the Borneo reunion, but we're 4+ hours into this thing. Mel, what are some of the highlights from the reunion?
Okay, we got to talk about the Dirk and the shirt changing and that weirdness. So I looked, and it looks like he has the colors of his collar underneath. So he's just wearing 6 shirts, and every time they do a commercial break, he takes one off, and we don't know why.
I almost did that. I should have switched shirts at the break here, to my other.
The only reason that I would wear 7 shirts to somewhere is, for toilet paper.
So I was reading, Mario Lanza has a theory that maybe it has something to do with the Stacy Stillman case, where he was all about the continuity and wanted to make sure they couldn't slice and splice things.
It was live.
After, I don't know. Are we saying Dirk's super smart? Maybe he just wanted to wear a bunch of shirts. I don't know. It's very strange. And
I mean, at first I thought it might be that he was getting paid to promote it, but his first shirt was a Flash shirt, so he clearly wasn't.
You paying him?
DC paid him.
Yeah. He was just predicting the popularity of the Flash shirt on Big Bang Theory later.
There you go.
Yeah. There's one point where Rudy is just telling a whole non sequitur story, and Brian don't have Rudy on live TV.
No, we've learned this now.
Yeah, Brian Campbell has a question Rudy, is it true that you served on a ship for decommissioned ship for 18 months? He's like, no, it was 9 months, and I served with a guy named John Kennedy, and last I checked, if he became the president, then that guy was a real crook. I was okay, great.
It's weird for someone to out strange Brian Campbell, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a debate. Did the contestants smell? David, Ramona is on team the contestants smelled like hot garbage. Gretchen and others said the contestants did not smell. Who do you think was right?
I think they smelled. I mean, even if you bathe in the ocean, it's still the ocean. I mean, there's a reason that people shower when they come out of the ocean, and it's not just because you're salty. I mean, it's I think that I mean, there's a reason the BB wanted to use that fresh water to wash his shirt.
And there's a debate. Did everybody wash their clothes in the drinking water? I don't know where BB was going with that.
Well, I think he was trying to not take the blame, and
their water was far this season. It said they had to walk it's an hour round trip. So it's by the time they were getting home, they were half drank all the canteens again. So it's we got to make it a little closer. And now we have conversations at the water well.
Let's see. There's some wild moments with Greg talking about him and Jervis and Colleen.
And he got a lot of responses that whose edit did you least agree with? And everyone was like, yeah, Greg. He didn't get quite the edit that showed him being really smart, which was really interesting. And I really want to see those clips of him being smart.
Yeah.
There's a lot of polls also.
Yeah. Scientific polls.
They
emphasized scientific polls.
Yes. Okay. Jeff Probst shows us Australia. 17th Castaway with Jeff Probst. All right. That's Survivor Borneo. Okay. How about that?
You did it.
Yeah. Remember when before we started this podcast, I'm I don't think there's that much to talk about.
Yeah.
to be honest.
That's what I thought going in to watch it too. And there's the moments you remember, and then there's some of the moments you don't. And even I have some stuff we didn't even talk about. And so it's a good season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do a couple of questions, and then we'll leave some for
Okay, I didn't know if
show.
you wanted to talk about Mr. Hatch after.
Sure. What do you want? What do you want to say about this, David?
Just what happened afterwards with him and the IRS.
Okay.
So I think most people listening know about his tax problems, but if you didn't pay attention at the time, maybe not the whole story. Yet he didn't pay his taxes on the $1 million win, but he also didn't pay his taxes on a radio show and on a rental property income. So he owed $234,000, but he claimed a refund of $4,400.
Okay.
And so, obviously the IRS caught on. They took him to court, and there were all these things that came up. Found out that he had a couple of accountants. One said, you have to pay the taxes on this. And so he went to another accountant, and the other accountant, he told the other accountant, well, do my taxes up this way with that and without it. And this other accountant was so worried that made him sign a letter saying, I understand that this is a hypothetical and not for submittal. And then he submitted that one. And so, his claim was CBS told him that they would cover his taxes for him. Even though the form that he signed at the beginning said, it's up to you to pay your taxes. Mark Burnett had to go testify in this case to say that. So Rich had to come up with a new defense. And that was that he caught other players trying to cheat by having friends sneak in food, and the producers promised to pay his taxes if he won. Now, a couple of problems with that. One, the judge was like, no, I'm not going to let you say that. You can't even say that. It's ridiculous. And so later he ended up appealing because of that, and he lost that appeal. But two, even if all that's true, you still didn't pay your taxes on your radio show gig and on your rental property income. And Mark Burnett wasn't paying your taxes on that. And so he just had a lot of issues there. And then he ended up getting an over 4-year jail sentence, in part because the judge said the things you said were clearly lies, and I'm, being extra harsh because of it. And then as of 2011, he still hadn't paid his taxes, which he said, well, no one's given me a final bill. And they were like, yeah, we have. And so news reports said that between the taxes, interest, and penalties, the IRS said he owed $1.7 million. So he owed $700,000 more than he won. So,
and where does this case stand now? Is it that he served his time and then that's it?
He served his time. I remember there was some question about might he have to go back, because there was the question of the owed taxes, but it's done. It's over. It's, it's in his past. But it was, he was a great player. I like him quite a bit now on social media, but the whole situation with the taxes was just, it was just bad.
Okay. All right. Let me ask this question from Jeremy from Asheville. What is the number one thing Survivor should bring back from the initial version?
I really like the luxury items, so that might be my vote.
Yeah. The luxury items. When do they stop? Is it do they have them again after the Amazon?
Not in All Stars that we see.
Yeah. And they maroon them in the Pearl Islands. Do they have them in Vanuatu? Did I kill the luxury item?
Because they kind of come back in forms, like you say, where it's like a special memory item, which is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Boy, I feel like I'm responsible. I think I screwed this up.
Way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the luxury item is a good thing to bring back. Other than that, I can't really
treasure chest of cash.
That's right.
Not
Chest
the
of cash.
not the
No,
gong.
the gong is
No.
fine. The gong is fine, but can you imagine, like, this is live tribal council right now. Everybody's moving around. Everybody's looking at that treasure chest full of cash. Here it is. Survivor producers, okay? Hidden immunity idol at tribal council under the cash in the treasure
There
chest.
you go. They gotta dig through it. That means they lose the money that falls out of the chest.
Woman. Okay, I'm gonna get yelled at for waking my kids up on that.
Yeah.
All right. Ben wants to know, how would Richard Hatch have done on Winners at War or Heroes
Knew
vs.
this was
Villains?
coming.
Yes.
Just thinking about it. Probably not great. Same as he did in All Stars.
I don't see it going great.
No.
I don't think so. I mean, at least Winners at War, obviously all winners. So he would have had he wouldn't have been targeted just for being the winner, but I do think he would have been targeted for being Richard Hatch.
And targeted for being old school, which is what we saw.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many relationships he has. Like, everyone's friendly with each other, but does he have any ride or dies that would have been there?
Ethan, that's it.
Yeah.
Would he have fallen into the Boston Rob crew?
He's not going to follow Boston.
No, I was just going to say the same thing. He's not going to follow anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would go similar to Survivor All Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Richard is still strong. Hopefully he could be an asset in the challenges, but yeah, I think that maybe he can get through a couple of votes. But I think he goes to the edge and then says, "See you later." I think I don't even think he would stay at the edge of extinction.
Oh no, yeah, he would definitely quit.
That's it. Okay, let's do one more question, and then we will pick up the rest on this Thursday's feedback show with Jay Dubrow and Jacob Sager-Weinstein. And let's do, if you were trying to get a new fan into Survivor, is this a good season to show them? Is Borneo a good representation or a hook to those who never watched the show? I debated this question, or I was witness to a debate between Shannon Gus and Mike Bloom back in December, I believe, of, do you think a Survivor fan should watch the series in order or cherry pick around? David, you say this is the #1 season. Is this the first season you would show a new Survivor fan?
That is a very good question. I don't know, because I think it is different for the reasons that I discussed earlier. It is different than TV is right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that people would, who have never seen it before would be, kind of like, what is going on with this treasure chest of cash? What is going on with this conch shell of truth?
But the same could also be said for any other season we would show them. What is this hidden immunity idol?
Yeah. I mean, it gives you the basics. It's explained a lot more than anything else, like we talked about earlier. You don't, it will all be explained to you here. So it's hard for me to answer this because, like, who do I know that hasn't ever watched an episode of Survivor? It's hard for me to put myself into that mindset, I guess.
I think
Mel, what do you think?
It would depend on, I guess, so if they're a new fan, they would have had to have watched a season already. So it would depend on what season they watched and what they thought of it. So if they watched Pagong and were like, oh, that was awesome, I might not start them off with Borneo.
Mm-hmm.
I might, if they really like the craziness and the kooky characters and stuff, then maybe go around somewhere else and then decide if they want to be a completionist. But if their reaction was, it was fine, but like there was a lot going on, then it's like, you'd be a great, you'd enjoy Borneo because it's a little bit slower, but still has a lot of what we love about modern Survivor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say, probably I would not start them off with Borneo. I find that most of the people that I talk to that are new Survivor fans, like, watch some other like random season, got into it, and then go back and cherry pick around and end up doing it. Like, I think you run the risk of, like, this is a show that was in beta. and probably beta max as well. And so I think you run the risk that they're going to say you might lose them on it being too slow, as opposed to like it's not that novel of a concept. Like, oh, Survivor, yeah, people get voted out. Yeah, I get it. I think people could jump in with the season. Like maybe I wouldn't necessarily start them on a season in the 30s. That's kind of a super complicated strategic season, but I think there's other seasons that are good places to start. Let's talk about our survey. Of course, be on the lookout in our Patreon podcast feed for the continuation of our feedback questions about Survivor Borneo. All right. Every week, the tabulator helps us out with our survey questions about the season. Who's the season's MVP?
Gotta be Hatch.
Yeah. Richard Hatch.
It's Richard Hatch. It's a runaway, 72% for Richard Hatch. Which one-time player would you most like to see come back and play in a future season?
I'll let you have Gretchen.
I think I said Greg.
Oh,
Greg.
Okay, I'll go Gretchen.
It is Greg. 51% for Greg. Which name on the list made you pause and think to yourself, wait, who's that?
Joel.
I went with Ramona.
It's Dirk Bean.
Yeah,
Dirk,
that makes sense.
So let me just give the stats in the last couple. What one-time player? Greg was 51%, Colleen 26.5%, Gretchen 12.3%.
Wow.
Which
Colleen overrated.
What? I don't want to start that. I feel it, but I don't want to. I don't want to own that. That's like.
I think you started that at the beginning. Of this
I know.
Yeah.
Then you beyond all this other stuff.
Yeah,
I know, but like you made it into a hashtag, and I don't want hot take Twitter coming and dragging me.
It's okay. I'll give a lot of better ones.
Yeah. Okay.
For those.
So Dirk 34%, Stacy Stillman 22%, Joel 17.8%. Who's the most underrated player of the season? That's a good question.
I'll go Sue.
Who did I say was the most? Who was I thinking about with the most underrated? Maybe no.
It's hard to know how much they're rated already.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. Is that it might have been Gretchen.
Better not be Colleen.
It is Sue. 26%. 16 for Kelly Wigglesworth. 9 for Greg. Who's the Kelly Wentworth Award, not the Kelly Wigglesworth Award, for best pre-merge boot?
Gosh, who did I say? I might have said Stacy, just because I think that she had a lot of potential.
I don't remember. I don't know. Ramona. I don't know.
It is Sonia. 30%.
I almost said Sonia, but I was like,
19.9 and Ramona 19.6.
Get out of here, you Joel Stans. What did he ever do?
Okay. Rate the winners 1 to 40. Where did Richard Hatch place?
That is tricky. I would maybe, I don't know. David, do you have him high because you have the season high?
Yes.
Do those correlate? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Mine all correlate to the winner.
It better not be one. It can't be one.
No, there's no way that people, because I mean, people, I'm going to say people have him at about 12 and a half.
Oh, that was right where I was going to say 13 for the 13th season. I'll take the under. Over?
Okay.
Over.
No, you should take the over. It's 14.25.
Okay.
So that puts him as the 7th best winner of all time. To me, I think that's high. I think it's too high on the list. I just think that when we go and take a look at like the resume of Richard and what did he do? Yes, he did a great job here in the first season, but we talked about the move he made at the final 3 to step down from what's the second best move? Like, what's the degree of difficulty here?
Yeah, just having an alliance was the second best move, if that even counts.
I mean,
he provided. He did a lot of things right, but when we're comparing him to, did he outplay? Here are the people behind him: Earl Cole, Sarah Lacina, John Cochran, Brian Heidick, Wendell, Chris Doherty, Sophie, Ethan Zahn, Tina Wesson, Michelle Fitzgerald, Vesepia,
Okay, yeah, that's tough. At least Earl should be above him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would have him higher. That's
wow.
because he was the first. He was the one he came in with nothing other than what he created himself. He had to make up the path, and he used other people to do it. I mean, yeah, the other, a lot of his competition didn't know what they were doing, but in theory, neither did he. And he was the one who came in smart enough to come up with a strategy and to play it out and to see how it worked. So,
Where's Boston Rob's win? Where's he rated?
For me?
No, I just mean, sorry, in this list.
Boston Rob is number 3. Yeah,
okay,
I do think
it's a similar, where they just kind of dominate the season and no one else is really trying.
Yeah.
Except Boston Rob, that was his, 4th time playing, and he was against a similar crop of people who didn't know what they were doing, but should have by that point.
Yeah. It's a question of is Babe Ruth like an all-star baseball player today?
Right.
I
do get that reference.
Yeah. It's sure, he was dominant against the competition he played against then. What would it be? He'd be like now. Is every if you took a average AAA baseball player now and put them in the Babe Ruth era, how many home runs would they hit? All right. What season? I'm sorry. Is this season too high, just right, or too low?
I think the vote. I mean, we know what my answer is.
You think we know what my answer is?
All right. I think it's too low.
You think it's too high?
I think that the voters will say it's too high.
Okay. The voters said it was too high. 48.9%. 29% it was just right. 21% said it was too low.
All right. Those 21%, I stand with you.
So, okay. In terms of my rewatchability rankings.
Wait, let me think. How many you're on? This is your 27th season?
This will be the 27th season that I've watched. Yeah.
I don't think it makes the top 8.
Yeah. You know what?
No biasing him.
No, I think I'm gonna. I think I'll say that I'm gonna put it at number 8. That I do this on the fly, and maybe you incepted me, but I think I
didn't realize you did it on the fly. I would have shut up.
I think I'm gonna put it at number 8 here. I'm gonna put it right behind Gabon and right above Ghost Island. I feel that I don't want to get dragged if I put Ghost Island ahead of Borneo. So my top 10 of my rewatchability rankings goes Palau, Blood versus Water, Korong, San Juan del Sur, Guatemala, Panama, Gabon, Borneo, Ghost Island, Edge of Extinction, and then Africa and Marquesas after that. Fiji, South Pacific, Nicaragua, Australian Outback, Heroes, Healers, Hustlers, Worlds Apart, Game Changers, Vanuatu, Samoa, One World, Caramoan, All Stars, Island of the Idols, Redemption Island, Thailand.
Oh man, I would have Samoa above this season, honestly.
Yes.
I don't know if that's just because I love Samoa.
Yeah. I guess I had Samoa very low. I enjoyed the podcast though, Mel.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. What's coming up next? What do the listeners think? Okay. All right. Mel.
Yes, I know what I want. Because it would be very poetic if Winners at War was next.
Winners at War.
I think it's coming soon.
Would be next. Okay. The listeners voted. The listeners think that next up is going to be Millennials versus Gen X.
You guys.
28%. Okay. Let's see if they have a finger on the pulse. All right. Next week, the number 12th best season of all time. It's going to be Millennials versus Gen X.
What?
Yeah.
This is a travesty.
I was very surprised to see it that low. Very surprised. Number 12.
Yeah.
I didn't ask David because I know he knows.
Yes, I do. I mean, I've seen comments, in the patron group of people like, and on Twitter, how come we haven't gotten to millennials versus Gen X yet? And I'm like, who thinks that? Apparently those people do.
Yep.
Yeah, I hear that's described as a lot of game bots in that. So I guess it's just whether you prefer that kind of season or not.
I thought people liked it when it was on, but we'll see. I will go back. I've never rewatched Millennials versus Gen X since it aired, so this is one of the ones I had been looking forward to. I will be talking next Tuesday night with Kirsten McInnes and Asia Welch. So I believe first time for Kirsten on the top 40 countdown, and then Asia will be back for the first time since Survivor Game Changers. So we will talk with them on Tuesday night, and looking forward to talking about the 12th best season of all time. Of course, patron feedback show coming up for Survivor Borneo on Thursday. Let me tell you about what else is going on Rob as a podcast this week. It's the Big Brother 23 premiere. Okay.
Whoop, whoop.
From BB Anderson to BB23. That's what we're doing here on the podcast this week. Last night we did our Big Brother 23 draft. Saw a lot of people saying I love Taryn's team. I loved Puya's team. Amon did great. Melissa, I didn't get any tweets. Rob did a good team. I don't care. Okay. We're going to win the draft again. 3 years in a row. 3-peat, David.
Go for it. I watched it today, and I still don't remember who was on what team, so I didn't take notes.
All right. Big Brother 23 premieres on Wednesday night. Big risks, big rewards. We will see what happens when 16 new players move into the Big Brother 23 house. It will be myself, Taryn, Melissa, and Chappelle for the Big Brother 23 premiere coverage. It's a 90-minute episode, so join us approximately 9:45 Eastern or in your podcast feed sometime after that. Coming up Wednesday night. Very excited for Big Brother 23. Every week, I watch an old show with the great Chappelle. We watched Hell's Kitchen last week, but it's Melissa Denny week on the podcast as well, because this week we're going to be checking out the Joe Schmo show with Melissa Denny. David, you like the Joe Schmo show?
I did.
Yeah. That's very fun. And we'll be checking that out. I've never watched it. I'll be checking that out over the next couple of days. Of course, we have so much going on over on our patron podcast feed right now. I mentioned the Survivor Top 40 feedback shows. We're doing the patron 5 for 5. Plus, we're adding 2 Big Brother podcasts to the patron podcast feed, The Slop and a new show called The BB Q&A. I'll be live with Taryn Armstrong. People can call in and ask questions every Friday. So much going on over in our patron podcast feed, not to mention our patron community. Lots of stuff going on with Big Brother over on our Discord and our Big Brother Facebook group, in addition to our other patron Facebook groups and plenty more over at robisawebsite.com/patron. Of course, you can also check out the offers from our sponsors anytime at robisawebsite.com/offers. If you're watching the video, be sure to hit that subscribe button on YouTube and follow us on social media at Rob is a Podcast on Twitter and RHAP Grams on Instagram. Thank you so much for all that, Scott. All right, David, I know you have some fun stuff coming up.
I do. We just did in the compressed week that we had. So this just went up a couple days ago. We did Why Tyson Won.
Yes.
So if you want to go back to the previous season that was
Did Tyson
discussed,
retweet it?
He did not. He did not.
Maybe he's busy.
Yeah, he doesn't like it when people praise him. He gets, very shy about that,
yeah.
I'm sure. And then, we did back at the end of Wiggle Through Time, we did a Why Richard Won. So if anybody wants to go back and, appropriate timing for that, dig in and find that, I'll probably tweet out that link at some point. But coming up for next week,
Dig Woman.
Yeah. We have
Dig Man.
Yeah. Throughout the countdown, one thing, because we haven't been doing it every week, And we haven't been doing a Y blank one for any season that I previously covered on a podcast. So Millennials versus Gen X, I podcasted with you. That was before Jessica and I split off. But we are making a special exception for Millennials versus Gen X. We will do Y Adam 1. We'll use Jessica's inside knowledge, and we even have something more special that is planned beyond that. So people will want to keep an eye out for that.
Okay. We'll okay, can't wait to see what's going on. I was gonna say, like, will you debate Jessica Y Adam 1?
I don't know. It depends on if here's the thing. Jessica started following RHAP and me in particular because she agreed with, when you and I were doing that podcast, she was like, oh, they're getting it right. They're getting it right. They're getting it right.
Yes.
So
okay.
I would think that she won't really debate, but who knows?
Yeah. I just, I'm hoping that there'll be a disagreement. I was there.
Yeah.
That's why. That's why
I'll
you won.
say, no, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay. Great job tonight, David. Great to have your firsthand expertise with this season on the panel tonight. Yeah,
it was fun. It was fun. And, there was, so much stuff going on then. And I like, doing these. I didn't mention at the beginning, what I like to do for all of these is I rewatch first, take all my notes, and then go back and look at my old articles because I don't want to prejudice myself.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's fun when I find the same quotes and the same feelings, but it's also amusing. Like when I said earlier, I was so angry about certain things that now I'm just like, that's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm. That's life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mel, what do you have coming up?
Oh man, so much stuff. We got BB23 starting tomorrow. I'm going to pop on a couple updates. Super excited about that. Just looking forward to all of the survivors coming up, international and otherwise. And I'll slip this in now just because I forgot to do it during the episode. But I wanted to talk about the diversity really quickly with Borneo. It ranks 33 out of 40 seasons for diversity. So it is not great. Out of the 16 contestants, there's only 2 Black contestants. So I'm especially looking forward to season 41 and also Big Brother 23 with the new diversity initiative. 50% of all of the casts are going to be by POC. And so we got a really great Big Brother 23 cast, which if you watch the cast draft and assessment. And it's just some really great TV coming up.
Mel, call your shot. Who's your winner pick for BB23?
Oh man, Claire coming in really threw me off. I think I'm still with Kylan for now.
Okay. All right. That's with the high picks in the draft.
Yeah, I believe it. Haven't watched the draft yet. First thing tomorrow morning. Now that I'm all done on my Borneo stuff.
All right.
Yeah, I'm with Claire. I think that it's first of all, she's she's an engineer, and
so is BB.
Well, she's a little younger.
She'll be less aggressive building.
Yes.
I
have high hopes for her. I can't believe she was an alternate. I say all the things there. I do want to note, by the way, last year, of course, we covered Big Brother up until the end, almost, with Y Blank Lost. This season, we will not be able to do that because of a health situation in my family. Can't do the Survivor ones and Big Brother. I just can't commit to that for now.
Yeah. Well, David, we appreciate all the podcasts that we get. And thank you so much for making all this time to talk with us here tonight. All right.
Sure.
And I'd love to say thank you so much for listening and watching all of this. If you made it here, you love Survivor. We're so happy to have you on board. Thank you for spending this time with us. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.